Hello, good morning and welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. This is Breakfast Daily on Channel One TV. I am Nanatufo Boateng. It's Wednesday. Now they say Fugu Wednesday, so you can see me. I'm rocking my Fugu. Welcome to the show and thank you so much for always keeping faith with us. We're grateful to you. A number of things to talk about on the show today, and so we invite you to join us. The show is interactive. Send us your thoughts, your comments, and contributions via our WhatsApp number. Join us on our socials, and of course, drop a comment there. You can also send us your heartfelt messages, and we'll do our best to read them out for you. The NDC is in the news again. The National Democratic Congress has explained why it is unable to annul the Ayawaso East parliamentary primary following its decision to retain Mohammed Baba Jamal as the party's candidate for the upcoming by-election. It's interesting that the party made so much noise about investigations, blah, 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 but have retained Baba Jamal. Well, the decision comes amid allegations of vote buying during the party's parliamentary primary, which was held on Saturday, February 7. Baba Jamal has consistently denied the allegations. So, a three-member committee established by the party to investigate claims of inducement submitted a report that informed the party's decision. Now, please pay attention. Addressing journalists on Tuesday, that was yesterday, February 10, the NDC's General Secretary, Fififia Vikwete, outlined several constraints that prevented the annulment of the primary. He cited time limitations, noting that the Electoral Commission is expected to close nominations for the by-election on Wednesday, February 11, so that's tomorrow, and this leaves the party with little room to restart the process. Now, I asked them, did you not know about this time limitation before instituting the committee to investigate? Okay. Now, Mr. Kwete also referenced legal and constitutional issues, explaining that the party's constitution does not provide for the annulment of parliamentary primaries under such circumstances. Again, did you not have an understanding of the NDC's constitution before starting the investigations? Now, listen. He added that the investigative committee recommended annulment despite these constraints. Now I'm baffled. So in all of this, no proper sanctions. In fact, there was a jubilation following the announcement. Now here's my take. We need strict and immediate sanctions. If any individuals are caught in the act, both the initiator and the receiver should be sanctioned, and this should be right after it has been investigated and confirmed. So yesterday, actually, that is what some of us were waiting to hear or see. Now this will serve as a deterrent. Public accountability must be enforced on all politicians, so from the grassroots to the top. We must, as a people, establish a publicly accessible assets declaration system for all politicians and senior public officials. And of course, there should be regular audits of this assets declaration regime. Also, independent bodies and individuals who fight against bribery and corruption must be protected and rewarded. Enforcing strict transparency laws on political donations and campaign financing, and strengthening independent anti-corruption agencies with real prosecutorial powers can help stop bribery in our politics. But alas, we continue to engage in this charade, and the season passes and we move on, and then the cycle continues. Ghana, my motherland, let us all think about this. Once again, you're welcome to the show. Let's remind you that we're still in the month of February. It's the month of love, and we're sharing love in the city. So we're asking you, is your boo your boo? That's the hashtag we're running with. Is your boo on Love in the City, on Branch in the City, on 97.3 City FM. So love will be calling, will your boo answer? Love will be calling, will your boo answer? That is the big question. Don't forget that Love in the City is brought to you by 97.3 City FM, and is proudly sponsored by Africa World Airlines AWA, 4 Points by Sheraton, and Cream Bakery. So we want to say thank you to Africa World Airlines AWA. We want to say thank you to 4 Points by Sheraton, and also say thank you to Cream Bakery for sponsoring Love in the City on 97.3 City FM. We're grateful to all these organizations, Africa World Airlines, 4 Points by Sheraton, and Cream Bakery for supporting or sponsoring Love in the City. It's from the 2nd to the 13th of February 2026, 10 a.m. to 12 noon each day. So tune in and enjoy some wonderful revelations, some interesting conversations, and what a spectacle it is. Some of the responses and some of the names that are mentioned is quite interesting. So tune in to 97.3 City FM for Love in the City. The hashtag is your boo, hashtag branch in the city. And of course, special thank you to Africa World Airlines AWA. Special thank you to 4 Points by Sheraton, and special thank you to Cream Bakery. All right, so from the month of love, we're moving to the Heritage Month, which is the month of March. So Heritage Month, we're back of and a number of activities, both on air and of course outdoor events. We're starting off with the Heritage Caravan from the 1st to the 8th of March. We're traveling 14 regions out of 16 regions in 8 days, and this is only made possible kind courtesy the sponsorship from our wonderful sponsors. So this one, we want to say thank you to our sponsors. Hollard Insurance, thank you for being part of the Heritage Caravan, 6 years and counting. Omni Basic Bank is back for the 3rd year and counting. We're grateful to Omni Basic Bank, not just another bank. Goil, good energy. Goil has been fueling the caravan for over the years, and we say thank you to Goil as well. Minimi Achumo. So while on the bus, while we are canvassing the country, we'll be chewing some Achumo from Minimi. So Minimi Achumo will be available. Thank you to Minimi. Add me granite paste. So in the mornings when we are having our breakfast at the various hotels, we'll be adding some granite paste to our bread and our cookies and add me granite paste. Thank you. Now Gino is here. Gino is kind courtesy GB Foods. So I want to say thank you to GB Foods for sponsoring with Gino. They are not just sponsoring with Gino, they've added the Didi Shito homemade taste. Didi Shito. So thank you to GB Foods for giving us Gino and Didi Shito as sponsors for this year. Now while you are eating, you need to be refreshed, you need to be hydrated on the bus, on the trip, and that's why Piva Beverages is here. Thank you to Piva Beverages for sponsoring with their drinks and of course refreshing us with water. Piva Beverages will be on the show today, so stay tuned. You'll be hearing from them as the show progresses. Thank you so much to Piva Beverages. Nanesh Rice, yes, big shout outs to Nanesh Rice. They're making a debut, first time sponsor. We're grateful to Nanesh Rice. We look forward to having your team, and of course we look forward to having an amazing time with Nanesh Rice. We'll be trying some plenty things, some rice water, some omutio, some wache, some queen, some jollof, Caveman Watches is also making a debut, and this year they are the official timekeepers. They were on the show yesterday. Anthony Jamefe was here. Also big shouts to the big man Anthony. Big shouts to Caveman Watches. We appreciate you so much for being part of the Heritage Caravan 2026. Is the 10th edition, the 10th anniversary, and it promises nothing but an exhilarating experience, a spectacular overview of this beautiful country we call Ghana. So thank you to all these sponsors. Now on the trip, we'll be eating Ghana rice made in Ghana. So we are asking you to join the campaign. All right, eat Ghana, build Ghana. Eat Ghana, build Ghana. Eat fresh, eat Ghana, build the future. Fresh from our farms to your plate. Eat fresh, eat Ghana, build the future. Fresh from our farms to your plate. And we are inviting you to join us on this campaign. Let your meal make a difference. Choose Ghana first. Taste the effort. Taste Ghana. Let your meal make a difference. Choose Ghana first. Taste the effort. Taste Ghana. All right, so that's the Eat Ghana, Build Ghana campaign brought to you by 97.3 City FM and Channel One Television in partnership with Agri Impact Limited, the MasterCard Foundation, and the 24-hour Accelerated Export Development. We're grateful to you, Agri Impact Limited, the MasterCard Foundation, and the 24-hour Economy and Accelerated Export Development. Thank you. Let's continue to push. Let's continue to eat Ghana. Let's build Ghana. All right. Now you can jump onto the Google Play Store. That's where the Channel One News Online app is hosted. Download it, install on your device, and have access to the news. It's quite easy, quite simple. No stress, no wahala, no waiting. You have access to the news. You pick and choose what stories to read because the stories are available from showbiz, entertainment, business, sports, current affairs, politics, health, regional stories. They're all there on the Channel One News Online app. So download it from the Google Play Store, install on your device, and enjoy the news. All right. It is factual. It is accurate. It is current. It is timely. Okay. Talking about the news, the newspapers are here in their numbers. We're going to go straight into it. Let's start off with the Daily Graphic. Front page says 119 lives lost during Bawku mediation. President Mahama reaffirms path of law. In the mornings when you have to come and read some of these stories, it's quite disturbing. 119 lives lost during Bawku mediation. This was during the mediation period. 119 lives lost during Bawku mediation. President Mahama reaffirms path of law. Government launches drive to recover premix fuel funds. Ayawasu East seat, NDC clears Baba Jamal to contest. Well, we've thrown some questions at them. GN Savings appeal, BOG to file submissions in 7 days. All right, so these are stories on the front page. Let's check out the back page. Back page of the Daily Graphic. Government committed to expanding digital literacy. Government committed to expanding digital literacy. Expansion work on Daboase water plant nears completion. Expansion work on Daboase water plant nears completion. So that's the Daily Graphic newspaper for today. Daily Graphic for today. Let's bring you the Ghanaian Times. Ghanaian Times. 12.5 million Ghanaians food insecure. 12.5 million Ghanaians food insecure. That's according to a report by the Ghana Statistical Service, GSS. 12.5 million Ghanaians food insecure. That's according to a GSS report. Don't reject jobs in rural areas. Justice Ajay Frimpong advises graduates. Don't reject jobs in rural areas. Justice Ajay Frimpong advises graduates. Speaker orders LGBT bill to be relayed in Parliament. Okay. We are waiting to see. Speaker orders LGBT bill to be relayed in Parliament. Call of strike. Dr. Apark appeals to university unions. Call of strike. Dr. Apark appeals to university unions. Ghana's 2025 CPI improves. That's according to TI. So let's break it down. Ghana's 2025 Corruption Perception Index improves. And that's according to Transparency International. Ghana's 2025 Corruption Perception Index improves according to Transparency International. Okay, on the back page, we have Minister inspects works at Daboase Water Treatment Plant. Minister inspects works at Daboase Water Treatment Plant. Agric Minister WFP outdoor fabricating equipment at Savelugu. Agric Minister and WFP outdoor fabricating equipment at Savelugu. So that's the Ghanaian Times newspaper for today. I'll take you to the Daily Guide. Daily Guide says court rejects Gifty Owari's Supreme Court referral request. Court rejects Gifty Owari's Supreme Court referral request. Abu Trika sues government over romance scam arrest. Ayawasu East by election. NDC goes with Baba Jamal. Ayawasu East by-election, NDC goes with Baba Jamal. Food insecurity hits 38%. That's according to the Ghana Statistical Service. Food insecurity hits 38%. Schedule anti-LGBTQ bill for consideration. That's Speaker Alban Kingsford Sumana Bagman speaking there. Schedule anti-LGBTQ bill for consideration. Speaker Bagman speaking. The Chronicle newspaper. Chronicle says Premix Fuel manages to vomit 27.7 million cedis allegedly looted between 2017 and 2024. Premix Fuel manages to vomit 27.7 million cedis allegedly looted between 2017 and 2024. Ayene worried over biting land compensation claims against government. Ayene worried over biting land compensation claims against government. Victoria Hammer earns PhD in public administration. Victoria Hammer, as Vicky Hammer, earns PhD in public administration. Richard Asiedu heads eminent West Africa Nobles Forum. Richard Asiedu heads eminent West Africa Nobles Forum. Okay. Chronicle newspaper, sports stories on the back page. But let me bring you the scripture for today. Right, so you have the sports stories on your screens now. Manchester City welcome Fulham to Etihad Stadium. Sunderland play host to reigning champions Liverpool. Aston Villa and Brighton look to return to winning ways. Crystal Palace Burnley face off at Selhurst Park. So that's your sports stories, mainly midweek English Premier League fixtures and previews. But let's look at our scripture for today. 2 Peter chapter 2 verse 19. They promise them freedom, but they themselves are slaves of corruption. For whatever overcomes a person, to that he is enslaved. They promise them freedom, but they themselves are slaves of corruption. For whatever overcomes a person, to that he is enslaved. 2 Peter 2:19. May the good Lord add his blessings to the reading of his word. So that's the Chronicle. Let me now take you to the Ghanaian Publisher. Ghanaian Publisher says NDC clears. Okay, this is interesting. NDC clears NDC of vote buying in Ayawasu East Primary. NDC clears NDC of vote buying in Ayawasu East Primary. No, it was an NDC primary. It was an NDC committee. And so, yeah, NDC clears NDC of vote buying in Ayawasu East Primary. Ashanti NPP MPs fire government over Suame interchange downgrade. Ashanti NPP MPs fire government over Suame interchange downgrade. Dr. Richard Asiedu takes the helm at EWANF. Journalist Akosi Ajiman bags PhD at University of Ghana. So that's the Ghanaian Publisher. Let me bring you the New Publisher before we move into other papers. The New Publisher says, retain Napo for VIP. Ashanti Regional Minister joins campaign. Ashanti Regional Minister, what is your business in this? Retain Napo for VIP. Ashanti Regional Minister joins campaign. Kotoka family fights airport's name change. Insists move undermines his legacy. Strange woman burns Alpha Hour Church. Mahama summons emergency meeting over Cocoa. So that's the New Publisher. Let's go to the News Center. News Center. Goldfields pays government 5.77 billion cedis. Indirect taxes made 8.8 billion cedis local procurement in 2025. NIB searches and cancels home without warrant. That's the question. Republic Bank 3 allegations. Procurement audit failure on Cocoa Board's 32.9 billion cedi debt emboldens MPP. Procurement audit failure on Cocoa Board's 32.9 billion cedi debt emboldens MPP. NDC explains inability to annul Ayawasu East Primary. Baba Jamal cleared for by-election. Galamsey Networks smashed in major NIMOS operations. Nilante Vanderpoy declares bid for NDC national chairman. Okay. Let me now take you to the Insight newspaper. Mahama, he says Africa cannot continue cap in hand begging. We will defend Cuba. Cuban government responds to U.S. manufactured fuel shortage. Government set to roll out free primary health care. GetFund promises 1,000 dual desk for Tolon district. That's according to Honorable Seidu Brahima. And then you have Kasua MTTD commander cautions drivers as police intensify traffic law enforcement. All right, now let's go online. Let's go to channel1newsonline.com. channel1newsonline.com. University unions give GTech 2-week ultimatum to halt retirement policy. University unions give GTech 2-week ultimatum to halt retirement policy. Valco co-ownership arrangement to create 2,000 jobs. That's according to the GEADEC CEO. Only 1 of 5 Valco lines operational. Again, that's the GEADEC CEO speaking. Now, he was in a conversation with Umaru Sanda Amadu on Face to Face on Channel 1 TV last night. So, stories from that particular interview. Flowerpot interchange. Developer disputes permit revocation, seeks Mahama's intervention. Interesting times. Flowerpot interchange. Developer disputes permit revocation, seeks Mahama's intervention. Ayawasu East. Majority caucus should have remained neutral. That's according to Baba Jamal's aide. Parliament approves 9.2 billion cedis for National Health Insurance Fund. And then Parliament approves 2.9 billion cedis for Ghana Medical Trust Fund. So you get details of these stories and more on channel1newsonline.com. Let me now take you to citynewsroom.com and bring you some stories from there. Citynewsroom.com says new VAT regime will not increase consumer prices. New VAT regime will not increase consumer prices. That's according to the GRA, Ghana Revenue Authority. Targeted interventions, jobs and education, key to reversing food insecurity. Targeted interventions, jobs and education, key to reversing food insecurity. BOG inaugurates committee to oversee listing of banks on GSE. Mahama convenes cabinet meeting to tackle cocoa sector crisis. Mahama convenes cabinet meeting to tackle cocoa sector crisis. Valco producing less than 25% of capacity since government takeover in 2008. That's according to the GEADEC CEO. Backbench slams MPs for low attendance, urges commitment to Parliament. Backbench slams MPs for low attendance, urges commitment to Parliament. So you get details of these stories and several others on channel1newsonline.com. But I see there are some people who just love the channel. They stay with us through and through. They keep watching all the shows and they love Channel 1 TV. And so this morning we're going to say good morning to one of such persons, Chief Taba. Chief, good morning. Chief Taba is a real estate mogul within the Tema Enclave, and this morning we're here to say good morning and thank you for staying true to us. We salute you and we wish you the best of today. Chief Taba, a very good morning to you. This is Breakfast Daily here on Channel 1 Television. Stay with us, we'll be right back.
Meet my lovely family. We can do that whilst I'm seated and eating. Let me put on your food before we eat.
He will be here for days, and I only find out at a family dinner on the day that he arrives.
Morning, family.
Everything in my kitchen is actually gone.
You know, in the UK, I work like a donkey, but here, I eat like a monkey.
My noodles just vanished like a spirit had brunch.
He finished my slightly burnt oil rice.
Half a crate of eggs cannot just poof, disappear.
Good morning, all.
Lesa, have you by any chance gone to the kitchen?
Madam, unless the kitchen wants to be my sleep, you are being inside the kitchen.
If I die, wouldn't you serve food at my funeral?
Daddy! Heaven save us! Now what's
Thirsty.
Wait, Dad, I'm sure he's gone.
Good morning.
I thought you were gone.
The Blankson family is here. The vibe is too much.
Welcome to The Point of View. This is your favorite current affairs show here on Channel 1 Television. On The Point of View, we pick the right topics, get the right guests, and ask them relevant questions on issues that matter to you.
With the complexities of the issues happening around us on a daily basis, it's the hard-hitting conversations and the probing questions of The Point of View.
So what is the Public Account Committee's job?
So what we do is to scrutinize, clarify, and find out why certain infractions have been made.
What do these IMF programs try to do?
The current program is for budget support.
Okay.
There are no projects attached.
That teases apart the twisted entanglements of politics and governance, as well as religious and social discourse. The Point of View brings you the policymakers and duty bearers and drills down to the very bottom of issue.
What authority do you have?
The Point of View airs every Monday and Wednesday at 9 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV.
I need someone to call my own.
This February, the month of love, Brunch in the City brings you Love in the City, a warm celebration of romance, connection, and heartfelt moments. From sweet confessions to unforgettable surprises, Love in the City creates space for love to be felt, shared, and celebrated. Love is in the air, and this Valentine's season, hearts are taking center stage. But the big question remains, is your boo truly your boo? Well, join us from 2nd February to 13th February on Brunch in the City and let love lead the conversation. Love in the City. Let's put love to the test. Only 97.3 City FM.
Love in the City 2026 is powered by City FM with support from Channel 1 TV, and it's proudly sponsored by Africa World Airlines, 4 Points by Sheraton, and Cream Bakery Russia.
We are gearing up for the trip of a lifetime. Heritage Caravan 2026. From 1st to 8th March 2026, 8 days, 14 regions, 1 legendary caravan. We're touring Ghana in the most spectacular way on the Heritage Caravan, exploring the beauty, history, and stories that make our nation unique. Rolling out from Greater Accra through Eastern and OT up north to the Northern and Upper East and all the way to the Western region, hitting iconic destinations across Ghana. The Heritage Caravan 2026 will be fun, educative, refreshing, and most of all, remarkable. Stay connected. Follow Channel 1 TV and 97.3 City FM across all social media platforms for updates and join the conversation using the hashtag Heritage Caravan 2026. The Heritage Caravan 2026 is powered by Channel 1 TV with support from City FM.
And it's proudly sponsored by Holland Insurance, Piva Beverages, Omni Basic Bank, Caveman Watches, Gino, Gigi Shito, Goyle, Minimi Achumo, and Admi Granite Paste. And it's supported by Nanas Rice.
Heritage Caravan 2026, experience Ghana like never before. Hello and welcome. You're watching Breakfast Daily here on Channel One Television. I am Nanatufo Boateng. It's time for the news review segment where we get to go into a conversation on some of the topical issues dominating the media space. And we ask for you to join us with your thoughts, your comments and contributions. The show is interactive. Do send us your thoughts via WhatsApp number on your screens. Engage us on our social media. We're streaming live on Facebook and on YouTube. We're interactive, we're engaging on X and on Instagram. We have some exclusive video content for you on TikTok as well. So do best to follow us, like, subscribe, share. All right. Grateful for your time this morning. Let me say good morning to Engineer Michael Kosi Dede. Engineer,
good morning, Nana.
It's good to have you.
Good to see you too.
Very well.
That's the fugu.
Yeah, you know, as Ghanaians, we always forget what is ours until something happens elsewhere to trigger it. But better late than never.
Good.
So yes, we are going with the vibe. We're going with the flow. But it actually feels good. Do you own one?
I do. I have about 3 or 4.
Oh, wonderful.
I've had one for many years.
Wow, it actually feels good being in it. Yeah. Well, we have a number of issues to unpack this morning. We'll begin with the National Democratic Congress, NDC. Their recently held parliamentary primary in Ayawasu East, fraught with a lot of allegations of voter inducement, vote buying, and the likes. The party subsequently instituted a committee to investigate these allegations. The majority caucus called for an annulment of the election in its entirety due to the magnitude of the allegations, the widespread allegations of vote buying. The president recalled Baba Jamal as the High Commissioner to Nigeria based on same allegations. But after the party presented, or the committee presented its findings to the party, and despite the party telling us that the committee recommended an annulment of the election, the party says it is unable to and has therefore cleared Baba Jamal as to contest as its candidates for the upcoming by-election. The reasons ascribed have to do with timelines, that they are time constraints, and also they reference their constitution saying there's no clause that provides for an annulment in this matter. My question is, were they not aware of the timelines given by the EC, and they did not have an understanding of their own constitution before starting the investigation? What were they expecting to happen?
It's an interesting question, and based on the background you have provided, I have seen a few of the video clips, but they don't tell the full story.
Yeah.
But I think that in the press statement, the General Secretary clearly acknowledged that there was something not right.
Indeed.
About the process.
Yes.
So clearly, and he says all the candidates were involved in that process. So the NDC, by that, has admitted that there was a wrongdoing or something not right about the process. But the same party then says that we are unable, or we consider political expediency above acting properly. So we are clearing the candidates to contest. So that sends a contradictory message. One, you acknowledge that something is not right. And I would have thought that the NDC, having this kind of majority it has in parliament, has the best of opportunities to say that we are going to wipe the slate clean and ensure that things improve. But clearly, they think that political expediency is better under the circumstances. And I think it's a message to all Ghanaians. And to all the delegates who said, look, if you don't give us money, we will not contest, we will not vote. It also confirms their position.
True.
Because clearly the politicians said, look, with the money given, yes, it's not even in our constitution. I mean, it is to say that, or then on what basis did he say it was not right? Because if you say something is not right, constitutions don't, our party constitution don't spell out those things. It's only talking about how to manage the party and protect the interest of the party.
Yeah.
But if we look at the larger interest of the country, are these things that we should be doing? Clearly, I think that the NDC has shot itself in the foot. And I don't think they have done themselves any good. Now again, immediately the allegations came up, there was a notice from the president's office. And I call it PR. Oh, the president has withdrawn Baba Jamal. Because there are rumors that the lady is also a member of a board. If true, why is she also not being held responsible? Or why was her appointment not suspended or anything like that? So clearly, what is going to happen to that notice that came from the president's office showing that we are not going to tolerate such behavior? Because clearly the party has admitted that it did happen. And the president says, because of these allegations, I am recalling this person. So is the person fit to be an MP with these allegations that the party itself has admitted did happen? These are questions. So I think that we need to be careful the way we go about things. And I don't, so far, the political parties are still not showing any commitment to doing what is right. Because if Baba Jamal does get elected, what happens to the ongoing investigation by the OSP? Are we going to see parliamentary immunity being used to stall the process? Where every day you want him to come, he says, I'm on my way to parliament. I'm returning for parliament. I'm doing government business. These are the things that we need to be minded about. The import of what the NDC has done now doesn't speak well. And I would want to see what the president has to say, because they issued a statement.
Well, the president's business is to deal with his appointees.
Yes.
And then the party's business is to deal with aspirants or candidates. So the president has dealt with his appointee to Nigeria and recalled him. However, you mentioned the rumors about Haji Amina also being on a board. That we have not heard anything towards so far.
So, but again, the president is still the leader of the NDC at the moment. Has he not got any influence in the party? Can you not say that, look, this is my position on this matter. I don't want to entertain people who act badly based on their own code of ethics and all the documents they came up with. And this person is going to represent the party and my government, for that matter. I don't want this to happen. But hey, this is where we are. So I think that the NDC, in spite of the initial signs they threw out there that, we are going to address issues, it doesn't look like they are going to. And I want to see how, if Baba Jamal does win, I want to see how his colleagues in parliament are going to respond to him.
Especially the majority caucus.
The majority caucus, exactly.
Who called for an annulment of his election as candidate.
And why are they not still insisting? Why are they still not insisting? And for me, these are worrying trends. Because we can't say one thing and act differently. If we mean well, let us pursue that. And I say again that the NDC with its majority had the best of opportunities. There are ways to go around this thing. You can decide, look, it's been annulled. You can find, I don't believe that the NDC cannot find other candidates. I don't believe it can do that. Worst case scenario, you can encourage somebody and support somebody to stand as independent if time is an issue. So I don't think that they have done well for themselves. And the reset that they promised us doesn't look like it.
On the bit about the president, do you think he was consulted before the party came out with their decision on the investigation committee's report?
I don't have any information.
Since he's the leader of the party.
I don't know. But again, this is a worrying sign that if the president says this and his intentions are this, and clearly the party says no, then it's a worrying thing. That the president, what the president says doesn't matter.
Does it suggest if you like, a seeming internal leadership squabble?
Well, I haven't done any thinking into it, but we need the evidence to support that if there's any internal squabble. But I'm saying that based on the actions and what came out from the presidency, there seems to be no commitment to doing what is right. Unless the presidency can come out and say, we still do not support this position and this is our position. Then we can say that then there is some disconnect within the party which may be leading to some leadership struggles. But as it is, I have no evidence to support that.
It's informative you mentioned the OSP's investigation. I actually hadn't averted my mind to what will happen should Baba Jamal eventually become MP.
Yes.
And what becomes of the investigations of him. But let's extend the conversation. MPP just came out of his presidential primary. There were allegations of vote buying same way. We came out of 2024 general elections. We heard the same. OSP did not tell us he was investigating the NPP until the NDC one happened. And then he issued a statement and added the NPP into it. organizations like Transparency International never mentioned anything about the MPP's primary. Okay. But just when Ayawaso East happened, they've issued a statement. Are we playing the ostrich in this country?
Well, that is an interesting thing, because again, it's important that state institutions that are seeking to enforce laws or to act in the interest of the public or the state must show some level of consistency. Maybe it was an oversight. If it was, maybe by the sudden incidents or their engagement with the NDC, they realized that, hey, if we don't put out the statement that we are investigating the MPP too, then it doesn't help. So I can forgive them for that.
But can this oversight be pardoned? Because
it can be pardoned if they can show the evidence that they began this process long ago. It can be pardoned if they can show documents that, look, we have interviewed this person, we've interviewed this person. It can be pardoned. But I think that it raises questions, legitimate questions. But I think that they can be pardoned if they can show evidence that, look, we have interviewed people from the MPP about these issues already, and these are the records of our interviews. I think that they can be pardoned for that.
Let's deal with the problem itself: vote buying, monetization of our politics. How do we end this?
For me, it begins with those who offer themselves to serve. If you offer yourself to serve truly, then it should not be a do or die issue, where if I don't win, then I've lost everything. Because that desperation compels you then to act in improper ways. But you see clearly that people are desperate to serve. So the voters are asking themselves, why are people so desperate to serve?
Yeah.
If people are so desperate to serve and they are willing to offer things, then why shouldn't I take it? So I think that it begins first with those who offer themselves to serve. They must show integrity in that process. The voters may say, but this is what has been happening all the years. How come you are not giving? Or how come this time none of you is giving? In that circumstances, they are still compelled to make a choice.
Yeah.
But if we go in there with the mindset that we must win, then it raises questions about the purpose for which we want to serve in itself. And for me, the voters are only capitalizing on it. Again, the history in the Fourth Republic has shown them clearly that politicians continuously benefit from being in office. I mean, if we look at the history of our Fourth Republic, that is why there's a scramble for political office all the time. Because people then see that, people are willing to offer motorbikes. People are willing to pay so much. So the delegates see this as a way of also getting their bid before the people go into office. Because once the people go into office, they don't pay calls anymore. They don't respond to them. So the delegates are also beginning to see that this is what happens. And they are responding accordingly. So I think it begins with those who offer themselves for office. Now, people have also said, let's look at the system, the delegate system, and allow any card-bearing member expand the delegates base. I say that for me, that doesn't solve the problem if we don't deal with the people offering themselves for office. Because it simply means that the one with the larger purse will get more influence, has an advantage over those who have a lower purse. So for me, that doesn't solve the problem. We need to deal with those offering themselves for office. How we control them, because they are smaller, we can control them. A party can control 5-10 people contesting for to become aspiring MPs. We can control those. But the hundreds or 200,000 delegates is difficult to control. So we can monitor those people and see how they behave. Once any of them fails their accountability, we kick them out of the process. So for me, it begins with controlling those people who offer themselves for office. What is their declared income? Where are they getting funding from? Or how do we control even the process? For me, internally with the party, I think that the parties have better control. Where the people don't need to go out and raise any funds. You simply say that this is a constituency election. These are the delegates. We will offer 5 platforms for you to campaign. End of story. If we see you giving anything or hear of anything, we investigate and find it, you are out.
So internal structures to deal with it.
Is what should deal with it. But this idea that we are going to expand the delegates base alone will not solve it. we have 5-10 people contesting for a position. It is easier to control those 10 people or 5 people than to try and deal with 200,000 people. Right. No. So let's look at that properly and say that these people who are contesting are supposed to declare assets, or we know their income base. We know who are supporting them, maybe even financially. Or we as a party can decide that there should be no financial from the candidates themselves. The party will provide a platform.
But does the party have the money to do that?
The parties have, because if we are supposed to be paying dues and the NDC has 200,000 people or so, how many people voted at the constituency level?
This one had about 1,300.
1,300. Assuming each of these people was paying even 1 CD every month, can the NDC not sponsor candidates, platforms? Simply creating a platform for them to sell their message. Why they think they are the best candidates to be MP? I mean, I don't think that
can the candidates be given a quota that if you're going to contest, pay this amount to the party will use same to organize the.
That is also another option. But I don't think that the parties can say they don't have money. I think that, you see, unless our party members are not paying dues, which is one of the widespread issues, people are not paying dues. So if people are paying dues and the NDC has over 1 million people, the MPP has over 1 million people, then there's no way the party can say they cannot fund things like platforms for the candidates to campaign.
For constituency elections.
It is not possible. So I think that the parties themselves must show interest in addressing these problems within the party. But they are clearly not interested, because you hear presidential candidates saying that it is about sharing the spoils of war. When you hear presidential aspirants talking about sharing the spoils of war, it must tell us that we're in a very bad state.
Promising heaven on earth.
Exactly. So it means that once we win power, we share the wealth of Ghana among ourselves. I mean, that is not right. When people say that when I win every constituency I appoint 10 people, I mean, where is this coming from? I mean, it brings me to the fact that if you look at our public service today, over the last 10 or 15 years, there have been recruitments. How many advertisements for recruitment into public service have we seen in the papers? So our politicians simply come in and pack people into all these offices in the name of creating jobs. So our whole public service has become so inefficient and the waste of the nation's resources, because people are not recruited based on competence.
Party affiliations.
So you go to all our state institutions and it's all about party. So all our state institutions are virtually collapsing because it's filled with party loyals. So everybody is fighting the other within the state institution. So for me, these are things that our politicians might begin to sit down and look and question and say, are we helping the state? Are we helping to promote accountability within this nation?
Right. So we've looked at the ways of curbing this particular menace, and we've looked at the voter base, expanding the voter base or the delegate system, which you don't agree to.
No, I don't think that solves the problem.
We've looked at the internal structures and internal reforms to address this matter. Can we look at the legal regime around campaign financing, on even raising sponsorship to fund campaigns, and say the EC? Can we give it more biting powers? Because as it stands now, per the laws, even political parties are supposed to submit their audited accounts to the EC. But I don't think any of them have done that.
So for me, every time anything happens, we are quick to say, let's make new laws. The current Political Parties Act gives the EC authority to look into the finances of political parties. It's spelled out there in the Act as to who can fund and all those limits. They are defined in the Political Parties Act. So for me, no political party or the EC has no excuse to say we cannot check the excesses of political parties. We can simply go around and even count the billboards that political parties have put up. And know, because we know how much those billboards cost. And then look at the audited accounts that the political parties have presented to you.
That is if they have presented it.
Exactly. And begin to query them. Then look, you say you spend so much on campaign, but I have counted billboards. These billboards cost so much. The adverts that you put out in the media, they cost so much. So how can you present these audited accounts to us? And then begin to query even the auditors themselves. You see, because we are not interested in building systems of accountability. That is what I see. So even the EC, so that's why I tell you that state institutions all over the country are collapsing. Because even the EC is not interested. Because if the EC was interested, you simply pick up the Political Parties Act and begin to look at all these things in there. Funding, your accounts, have you presented them? If you have presented them, the EC goes round and counts billboards, adverts that you made. It clearly there's a mismatch. It doesn't tally. And begin to question issues. Then those auditors who signed those documents, you query them.
Right.
But we are not interested in fighting corruption. So the whole government machinery and everything has been turned into one cycle of corruption over and over. And it's not helping the state. And I think that we need to take an interest in that.
Indeed. Dr. Ezekiel Ejekum Obeng is a member of the MPP's National Communications team. Doc, good morning and welcome.
Very good morning.
It's good to see you. We haven't seen you in a while.
Yeah.
In fact, the whole of this year, right?
Yes, the whole
so
of the
happy
year.
New Year to you.
Many happy returns. Many happy returns, and good morning too.
Good morning.
I'm senior man.
Your brothers in the NDC went into a primary last Saturday. Now, allegations of vote buying came. The party instituted an investigative committee. The committee submitted its report, but the party says it is unable to annul the elections due to time constraints and, if you like, the absence of provision in its constitution to annul an election on that scale. What are your thoughts?
Ordinarily, that's NDC's primaries, and it's their internal issues. So really, it has nothing to do with me and the MPP.
You're not interested in what happens in your neighbor's house?
I will just be a good person and listen to the advice of Prof. Mills.
And do fiasem.
Do fiasem. So ordinarily, it really doesn't bother us much. But once it's a public issue, then clearly we can give our assent on it. Of course, an issue of elections and electioneering, machinery, vote buying and whatnot, really it's been a topical issue over the years to be discussed, and the effects thereof. And clearly sometimes people with deep pockets try to mask the whole process with monies to prevent actual, legitimate people that sometimes we believe they have the prerequisite experiences and the knowledge to be elected onto certain positions. So aside that, and the creeping incident of monetization of our democracy, which had become the order of the day, clearly those are the issues that we all as a people and as a country, we need to come together to find lasting solutions to those problems. However, whatever the NDC did in and around this issue is one that we all knew. We all knew the end from the start.
You do?
We all knew the end from the start. We all knew nothing was going to come out of it. Nothing, absolutely nothing. From the presidency, the letter they issued, to the party general secretary's letter they issued.
Baba Jamal has been recalled as High Commissioner.
It was, clearly. After winning the primaries, was he ever going to go back to Nigeria?
You don't think so?
When was the primaries held?
On Saturday.
Which date?
7th.
And the elections is when?
March 3rd.
So less than a month. So you're expecting Baba Jamal, after winning an election on the night of 7th January, go back to Nigeria, sit in his office, become an ambassador for Ghana to Nigeria, sit in his office and come back on the 2nd of March for the elections on the 3rd of March. He was never going to go back.
But he contested against an opponent who didn't even step out.
He was never going to go back.
But had a campaign machinery doing
He was never going to go back to Nigeria. Clearly, he wasn't going to go back to Nigeria. But the presidency, as usual, as modus operandi of this administration, settings and packaging.
You think so?
So president has recalled him from his duty and whatnot, and because of what? Allegations of bribery and corruption during the elections.
The president launched a code of conduct for public officers when he
That is where people had issues with that communique.
And as an appointee,
aside the PR gimmick, what really did that communique seek to address? Because there were allegations all over. Not to single anyone out, but we were told someone who was duly contesting for the position also was serving on public boards. Not just one, not just two, 3 public boards. And that same person has also admitted that whatever he gave the electorate was to facilitate their movement to the polling station. So yes, if Baba Jamal gave Koscielny Moko someone else also gave something to the delegate. And the person is also serving on public boards. The person who gave Koscielny Moko, we are asking him not to return to his post, but the person who also gave something to delegate and later admitted that those things I gave were to facilitate their movement, that person is left to serve on the boards. Where lies the principle? It was a clear PR gimmick, and as usual, people who are always bystanders to push government PR games on social media and traditional media took to social media and traditional media to the president has recalled, the president is showing leadership, the president is doing what, but it clearly backfired. There was no need. There was no need for that communique.
Really?
Tell me why you recall someone from Lagos or Abuja, and you leave the person who is serving on 3 boards, who has also been indicted in same act to serve. Well, that's the principle. So clearly, we all knew from the start that yes, the General Secretary's statement, whatever came from Parliament, majority caucus, and what the presidency said, it was much ado about nothing. And this process has been smooth and very, very speedy.
We haven't seen a caucus, especially a majority caucus, with the numbers that they have, take such an action before, or even a position like this.
And like their regional organizer said, they don't even have locus.
Really?
To even call for an annulment of an election. Something certified by electoral commission. So majority can decide for a party what the party needs to do, something that has gone through a normal electoral process. You remember Zenato's case? Where did they end up? It was the court that decided, even though it was an internal process. It was a matter of the court. Even if NDC had annulled the elections, Baba Jamal had every opportunity and every right to go to the court to seek redress.
Then the NDC would have absolved itself from whatever it is. So then it's a court decision, not the party.
NDC knew they didn't have the locus from the start. Pentimaminto, that's what they were doing.
Really?
Let's just put something out there for the public to know that yes, we don't countenance these things. No one countenance these things. But we all knew from the start that if there was anything wrong, with the process, it wasn't up to the NDC to resolve those processes. You can put up mechanisms as a party to keep those things moving forward. But to sit back, do your own investigation and say that I've annulled such process. Clearly, you all knew nothing was going to come up. And I'm not surprised that in the end, these things came up. And there's another school of thought that also states that there's a clear, fighting in the party.
Let me say good morning to Hamza Suhuyini.
Oh, if I will just wrap up.
Let me say good morning. He's listening to you, so
yes.
Let's welcome him and say good morning to you. He's a member of the NDC's communications team. Hamza, good morning.
Good morning, my brother.
Good to see you.
Good morning to my colleagues.
Very well. Doc, please.
The issues of internal wranglings in the party. There's a school of thought that Abba Jamal belongs to the General Mosquitoes camp.
I thought you said in your opening remark that you are sitting somewhere minding your business.
So once
so how do you know what is happening internally?
We are just soliciting ideas and commentaries from all quarters. And once we are here, you've asked me to speak on the issue. Like I said, and but you brought it up. And an aspect of this whole process borders on our elections and democracy and our future and monetization and all the things we've spoken about.
Right.
The ills around elections in this country. So yes, I have to speak to it. But of course, in speaking to it, some aspects, once again, would have to be discussed. It's clear, game of chess within the camp of the NDC. Apparently, the presidency and majority had their own preferred candidates. Otherwise, a day or two to elections, the majority will not go and, all in the name of someone losing their husband, donate 100,000 cedi to someone to support the person.
But the person in reality had lost their husband.
Exactly. So you can hide behind.
The husband belonged to the
You can hide behind certain things to perpetuate your agenda sometimes. And the presidency had its own candidates who did not win the elections. So the presidency is not happy.
What does the presidency stand to gain in sponsoring a preferred
They are gearing up. People were having Saturday match up and walkings and joggings every morning, and others are doing thank you
keep fit. We need
keep
to stay
fit.
healthy.
Yeah, people were keeping fit, and we saw all those things. And people are also doing thank you too. What we have eyes to see? We have eyes to see. So Asiedu's camp, General Mosquito's camp had won, and the presidency was not happy. Otherwise, you wouldn't recall someone who was never going to return to his post and leave out another person who has equally been indicted in such act to serve on 3 public boards. It really beats any imagination.
Very well.
But clearly, it's NDC's issue, and I believe my brother would have enough time. If any time of my allotted time is left, let's give it to my brother. At least it is home. So
you are ceding the rest of your time.
Yeah, yes, it's really not NPP's issues.
That is a welcoming gesture, Nana, in the sense that I would undoubtedly need that time to more or less expose the inconsistencies first in my brother's submission this morning and the principled position of the National Democratic Congress as far as this matter is concerned. And most importantly, I think that I also need that time to emphasize the importance of the allegations of vote buying, not just within the politics of the NDC, but to the nation as a whole.
True.
And the need for us to not to approach it with mischief-laced commentary, but rather seek advantage of that opportunity, not just to score political points, but to emphasize that as responsible political actors, the time has come for us to rally around the flag in an effort to nip that unfortunate canker in the bud. I listened to my brother, and quite clearly, on one breath, the NDC did pentinament talk. On another breath, they even have no jurisdiction or legal authority to even have proceeded to annul the results. So what at all does he want? And that is why, if he had taken the nationalistic viewpoint, we would have been making meaningful progress, regardless of our partisan affiliations. And for me, I think that that is the crux of this matter. Why? When the allegations were made, the National Democratic Congress, first and foremost, proceeded to issue a statement. And it's important for you to read that statement. They said that they had taken notice of the allegations of vote buying in the area also East elections, and that as a political party, they condemn such occurrence if indeed there's something to that effect, and they have proceeded to set up a 3-member committee to look into the matter. Was that not a statement?
Indeed, that was.
At no point did that initial statement coming from party signal an annulment of the elections on that day. Because the party itself appreciated the legal difficulties that what that could have posed. Any annulment could have posed, not just to the party, but also to the individual rights of the participants. That was one. Secondly, after the issuance of that particular statement, His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama directed that the Honorable Baba Jamal be recalled. And I've heard so many people make calls to the effect that, including the MPP, but some of them were board members, they should be recalled. At the time that statement came, the presidency's statement was hinged on the open admission that your media network circulated in relation to Baba Jamal, who sought to create the impression that this is something he's been doing for a while, and that even if there is something to that effect, there shouldn't be anything wrong with that. So the president was justified on the basis of that public admission of the Honorable Baba Jamal to have issued that statement recalling him from Nigeria. If the presidency had any form of disdain against Baba Jamal, I'm sure that Baba would have been recalled at the time he filed
to contest.
But the presidency didn't. The presidency also could have waited for him to be elected, after which they will now recall him and appoint another person. But the nature of the statement should tell anybody monitoring that indeed the presidency took that decision on the basis of that interview the Honorable Baba Jamal held with your TV station, Channel 1. The other 3 or 4 aspirants who are also alleged to have been engaged in it, there's no video evidence or admissibility on their part where they have admitted that indeed we have done A, B, and C. So even if they are appointees, at that material moment, it didn't justify any presidential directive on the basis of assumptions for these people to also be removed from their boards. The party has now proceeded to do its own investigations And the General Secretary yesterday announced that aside Baba Jamal, they have found evidence of impropriety on the part of about 4 or 5 of them. So now there's evidential basis for the presidency to act again. So the General Secretary proceeded on the basis of that evidence to call on His Excellency President Mahama and the government to also take that into account, considering the fact that it was not only Baba Jamal who was caught in that web of impropriety. Are you following the discourse?
Yeah.
So now the presidency would now have a report based on which either to decide to recall the appointments of all the other 5 or not.
Right.
So let us wait. So it was not selective. The president did not engage, presidency did not engage in any selectivity in the case of the recall of Baba Jamal. Because there was video evidence of Baba Jamal's acceptance or justification, I should say, of the allegations. So the president was duty bound to act in line with his oath. And most importantly, the code of ethics for appointees. So now that the investigations are over, they have found out that it was not only the Honorable Baba Jamal, others were also involved, and they are appointees. And the General Secretary has directed, or in fact has made an appeal to the presidency to act in relation to those names. Let us wait and see what the president will do in relation to the other appointees. That's one. So that issue has been settled. Now to the majority statement. The majority, like any other citizen of this country, was entitled to express an opinion on the matter, especially after the party's statement and that of the president's directive against Baba Jamal, his recall. Now, many of us on many media platforms were calling for either the annulment of the resource or punishment to be meted out to those found culpable. These were the calls.
Yeah.
The majority is no exception. They also issued a statement adding their voice to the debate that, look, the election results be annulled. But now, so let us treat the majority's position as a principled position. The party may have disagreed with it. The government may have disagreed with it. Seated here as a communicator of the party, I probably would have had my concerns with that statement. But it was within their right to also make their views known to the party. And that expression of view did not carry any force beyond simply expressing an opinion that from where we sit, this is what should be done.
Even after the party had said it was going to investigate.
Yes, but nothing. Even when the party announced that, when the party announced that it was going to investigate, people still called on the committee to ensure that they annulled the results openly, publicly. Media men, journalists were calling for the results to be annulled.
But the majority caucus,
it doesn't matter. You see, and that is why we should even commend the NDC. That tells you the level of dissent in the party, and they should be commended, regardless of the outcome of the investigations. So they made calls. So it gives you an indication that the presidency was willing to act. Our majority caucus was willing to take advantage of this situation to act. The party itself was willing to act. Commendable. Never have we ever experienced this since 1992 when it comes to vote buying. So the sincerity was there. But as a political party that is concerned about public rights and individual rights, we had gotten to a stage where the question he posed confronted the committee. One, as a political party, do we have it in our constitution that we have the right to annul election results conducted by the Electoral Commission? These were the questions the committee asked itself. And if you look at our constitution, there's no prescribed rule as to how to cancel election results. So that's one.
But the party knew this before instituting the committee.
That is why the party said that the party never said in the institution of the committee that it will cancel results. It said that the committee will make recommendations. Listen. The committee will make recommendations. Was that not the case? That's what the party statement said. Now, people called for annulment of results, including the majority. It is only proper that the committee takes all these sheets of opinion. The committee comes to the conclusion that even if we recommend annulment of the results, there will still be a legal tussle. Because as to whether or not we have the legal authority to annul the results is another matter. So there was a deadlock. Secondly, another important factor that people take for granted also had to do with the fact that it was not only Baba Jamal who was accused. So you are now dealing with party as an institution against the individual rights of the aspirants. Let us proceed on the assumption that it was Baba Jamal had lost the election and another had won. And Baba was seen on air, live TV, justifying the giving of this and the party wanted to proceed. Would it have been fair for the party to have proceeded on the basis of the admission of Baba Jamal, the Honorable, that what is wrong with this, and proceed to cancel results that favored another candidate who did not engage in that? So these were all critical questions.
The party said it was investigating the allegations, not Baba Jamal.
No, but the allegations was about voter buying. So I'm saying that let us proceed on the assumption that other candidates were distributing stuff and the one who won didn't. You proceed to annul the results on the basis of your investigations. How would that be fair to the individual rights of the person who won?
But the investigations would have shown that the one who won did not.
It doesn't matter, but the elections would have been tainted.
Yes, but the one who won did
when
not
the party
engage in
proceeded to investigate or set up a committee to investigate, it did not proceed on the assumption that Baba Jamal was the one given gifts. Was that what the party told?
No,
absolutely not. So why are you limiting it to Baba Jamal?
I'm not. I'm
just telling you that the party proceeded on the basis that there were issues or irregularities associated with the process.
True.
They were investigating. So the investigation could have gone anyway. And I'm saying that people were calling for annulment. Let us proceed on the assumption that it was found out that Baba Jamal did not do anything. Other candidates rather did something.
Right.
So we proceed to annul an election Baba Jamal had done.
But if he's found out not to have done anything, then that's it. He's won.
The party was not investigating individuals. They were investigating the process of vote buying. And that's the mistake you are making. The party in this statement did not say that Baba Jamal engaged in vote buying or Hajia engaged in vote buying.
It says it is investigating the entire process. And based on the assumption you are making, if the one who won is found out not to have engaged in any of these acts, then the person has won
and others
did, but they lost.
No, so you see, that's the mistake you are making. It's about the integrity of the process. It's about if the election is tainted, it is tainted. It's about the integrity of the process. So if you penalize the person who has won fairly on the basis of the fact that others gave gifts, you'll be treated as being unfair to that person.
Right.
Is that not the case?
That is.
And that's why I'm asking. So juxtapose that against a situation where Baba Jamal had contested, didn't engage in any acts of irregularities, won the elections, and other 4 aspirants were engaged in that. The party would have been minded to still, because the principle is voter buying, the principal position against vote buying. So the party would have still been minded to say that, look, because 4 or 5 people engage in this and tarnish the image of the election, we need to show to the Ghanaian people that we don't entertain this, so we have to rerun the election again. That would have been the outcome. So it's not about, and the person involved would have suffered, unfortunately, though he didn't engage in any form of voter buying or vote buying.
A judge ordered a rerun of an entire constituency based on the outcome of 41 polling stations.
And we justified it. Are you getting the point?
Isn't this similar?
It is similar, but I'm telling you that we justified on the basis of what? Why did we justify it? Why do you think we justified it and defended that decision at the High Court? Because it was about the integrity of the process. So you may have innocent players, but the integrity of the process demands that you annul it.
Collateral damage.
Collateral damage. And I'm telling you that. So the party took all that into consideration.
Very well. One question.
No, but
the committee recommended the annulment, but the party said it was unable to.
No. You see, you need to contextualize the discussions, my brother. Truly,
that's what the GS said.
Yes,
that's what your general secretary said. That the investigative
committee said that. The report is there. The investigative committee said that based on the evidence available to them, they would proceed to recommend annulment, but also proceeded to say, however, their recommendation is annulment, but however, these are the difficulties in annulling the election results that the party has to consider, and forwarded same to the party.
Very well.
So if you say they recommended annulment of the results without proceeding to also point out the technical difficulties that made annulment impossible, you are presenting only a partial aspect of the report. But you see, Kojo, for me, it is not about NDC or NPP in this matter. The technical difficulties the committee, and that's why I said that I wanted us to approach it with that nationalistic view.
Very well, very well.
The technical difficulties associated with the whole process has come out. One, there's a discussion as to whether or not even vote buy within political party, intra-political party activities constitute a crime. I am listening to so many people who argue that it is not a crime. Others say it is a crime. Others say there's no direct law in our country that regulates that activity. It's a moral responsibility. And we have to consider going the extra mile of legislating to ensure that we criminalize something like that. Two, there's also an important factor of going forward, whether we should be calling on all political parties to now have as part of their constitutions or election regulations a process of annulling results that are tainted, that where we don't even have to wait for the court, for somebody to take it to the court to annul. We must begin to have this discussion, especially when it comes to vote buy. I'm interested in that discussion. We need to know. And the sanctions that must follow. So if you are caught engaged in vote buying and you are suspended or you are taken away from the contest, must it end there? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And so these are issues I think that we should have, because the NDC obviously, with every form, with every iota of sincerity, we tried. But these were the bottlenecks on our way. These were the bottlenecks.
I intentionally gave you this much time because this is from your home.
And if you mind you, another issue, another technical challenge was, the assumption was that even if Baba Jamal was engaged in vote buying, are you following? Even if Baba Jamal was engaged in vote buying, the president's letter was enough sanction of recall. So a subsequent punishment would have been too much. That was another view expressed.
Even if Baba becomes MP, definitely he will be recalled. If he becomes MP, definitely he will be recalled. So that's not.
You can't be sure.
He will serve as MP and High Commissioner.
Where in the laws of our country is that being frowned upon?
I'm not aware. As for this one, it's not.
I'm not aware. I'm just asking you.
As for this one, it's not a punishment.
I'm just asking.
We won't accept it. We the people, we won't accept it.
Before senior comes in,
I will have the right to respond, right?
Oh, no problem. We can spend the whole day discussing this. Clearly, my brother sought to do what he needed to do for his government and party. But what?
Then I will come in before you.
What is
clear from senior?
What is clear is what I had to say. Right? That the whole thing was laced to paint the party in a certain way. With all that my brother has said, clearly, they knew the end from the start. So all those letters and gymnastics were much ado about nothing.
The man has given a detailed explanation.
They knew the end from the start. And he sought to tell the public to commend the party, commend presidency.
For taking action.
He says that mission of Baba Jamal on your social media channel. We are in the era of AI. Countless times, media houses have posted something on their online platforms. And I would have an opportunity to come back later to issue a disclaimer or to apologize to the public for misleading them with such posts. Even though it was right there on their verified media channels on social media or online. And Bada is trying to tell us that the presidency watched the video from your online channel and made a decision for the whole country and government. And that's very critical.
But that video was on traditional TV as well.
Bro, we are in the era of traditional media and AI.
Indeed.
So the video was
the president, I'm saying that it wasn't enough. It was never enough. No, I'm not saying it's fake. What I'm trying to say is that we are saying that the presidency can sit
Just
in the
that
Jubilee
video is
House.
not enough.
I think that this
Relax,
is
relax.
relevant.
I'll draw the
but
the presidency sits at the Jubilee House, watch online channels,
Doctor, he doesn't know what he's
and
talking about,
people
clearly.
post something,
He says Channel One
and
is fake.
every day.
No, that's not what he's saying.
That's why he said it's on your
That's not
platform,
what
your-
he's saying.
so
Please.
social media.
I'm saying
That's
that
what
on countless occasions.
He's saying that,
Is the
that
video-
just
was
that
the
video
video-
is
Media
not enough.
houses,
That video is as real as we saw it.
media houses post content, and they have to come back later to issue a disclaimer or apologize to the public
Very well
for
done.
misleading them.
So Channel One did that.
If
So
in
Channel
any
One
case,
did
that.
any
No, we did
case,
not do that.
if it's
How
anything
can
to
you
go
attack
by,
the integrity of
let me
Channel One
finish.
like
Let me
that?
finish.
Hamza, he's not.
On this show, I've been
My brother can do what
He's
Adam
not.
Epolep. Adam Epolep.
Hamza, he's not
You all know
attacking
that's what
Channel
I'm
One.
saying.
Don't do that.
If that's anything to go by,
attacking
if that's anything to go by,
your-
if that's anything to go by,
your
there is an online news item attributed to another candidate, admitting that I gave something, but it was to facilitate people's movement. Did that amount to inducing delegates? Did the presidency see that online news item as well? Did they act on it? It was clearly selective.
Very well done.
You are basing someone's recall as an ambassador based on an online news item. Yet, as an online news item attributed to another candidate, and you are telling us that you didn't see that.
Very well.
Can I-
Very
can I-
well.
Come on.
Let's hear from engineer.
Come
Let's hear
on.
It's only fair.
Come
He was
on.
not supposed to come, and you allowed him to come.
2 minutes.
So
I'll
he-
give you 2 minutes.
supposed to come.
I'll give you ample time. I'll give you ample time.
Yeah.
Hamza, 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Is
Let's
he-
be brief on
you-
this.
Okay, I'll let the engineer come. I'll respond to it. With the greatest of respect. I will let him come in.
So quickly, I disagree with my colleague Hamza here. You see, political parties don't have to write that we can annul elections in their constitutions.
Constitutions.
Political parties have a wide sweeping things in there that says you are subject to discipline if you disgrace the political or bring the name of the political party into disrepute, do all manner of things. The question to ask here is that is the conduct of the candidates bringing the name of the party into disrepute. Based on that, the party can act.
But if you take such an action based on that, aren't you opening yourself up to lawsuits?
No. You see, listen, we are in a country where corruption is a major problem for us. You have a party that has super majority in power in parliament. They have all the authorities at their disposal. And there are ways, like I said, look, all you have to do is call on any of those clauses and say they have brought the name of the party into disrepute. We are punishing all of them. The party is not even going. You see, the party can decide we are not going to contest the election. Yes, because they have organs within the party who decide whether we will contest an election or not. It's not the candidates who decide. It's the political party. You will say that you cannot contest on our ticket. End of story.
We saw some in Ablekuma North. MPP said they won't contest, but the candidate went ahead.
Yeah, but so did the candidate contest on the party's ticket?
Yes.
Then the party itself has not been principled. Because to submit to the EC, the party must approve. So you cannot contest on a party's ticket when the party doesn't approve you. So for me, it's an excuse simply to say that, oh, it's not in our constitution. It is neither here nor there. Have they brought the party into disrepute? Are they saying that they sanction all the things that the candidates did? No. If they don't, they can say simply by that clause, we are not going to even contest the election, or none of you is going to contest the election on our ticket, or we are not even going to contest the election. So for me, we can't make excuses for political parties not acting properly. It is wrong. We must take the NDC on that. It is wrong.
They had all the avenues.
They have all the avenues.
Okay, so
Hamza, you know what we'll do? If you start now, my break time will elapse. So let me take a quick break and then I come back to you so that you respond to these issues. This is Breakfast Daily here on Channel One Television. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
DSTV means getting the TV you love, but staying connected means getting something extra. Stunning. Extra matches, extra dramas, the best local and the world's biggest. Extra laughter, music, movies, and extra vim. I love it. Just stay connected or reconnect and get upgraded to the next higher package at no extra cost. Charlie, we got you. Keep watching. Get more with DSTV.
another payment through Stanbic. Smooth as always.
Imagine making or collecting all payments without leaving your chair. Sounds like magic, right? Nah, it's Stanbic Pay.
Darling, can you please help with the bills, especially at your school fees?
From school fees to utilities, the government and statutory payments to investments, insurance payments, Hajj payments, and more.
Mommy, my fees has been paid.
Just log on to Stanbic Pay and you're set for life.
Please tell me everything has been paid.
No Stanbic account, no queues, no stress, no last-minute panic.
Cherish your time and live happier in safety and convenience. Visit stanbicbank.com.gh or call to get started.
Are you ready to revolutionize the future of agriculture? The Ministry of Trade, Agribusiness and Industry, in partnership with the Ghana Exim Bank, proudly presents the Ghana Agrotech Fair 2026. The fair will feature exhibitions, market linkages, masterclasses, and workshops on climate-smart farming, digital tools, and export development. Join us at the Black Star Square from March 17 to March 19 at 9 a.m. each day. The President of the Republic, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, will be assisted by the Minister for Trade, Agribusiness and Industry, the Honorable Elizabeth Ofosu-Ejari, and the Chief Executive of the Ghana Exim Bank, Honorable Sylvester Adina Mensah, to open the fair. Government agencies, agrotech firms, startups, farmers, financial institutions, and the general public are all welcome. To exhibit or for inquiries, call 0559 679326 or 0242 585419. Ghana Agrotech Fair 2026, transforming agribusiness through local innovation and technology.
Yeah, welcome back. This is Breakfast Daily here on Channel One Television. We're having the news review segment. I'll take a few of your messages and go to Hamza for closing remarks on this Ayawaso East matter. The role of money in our politics has become a persistent issue in our democracy. To address this, we need to shift the narrative. The OSP's investigation seems superficial and unlikely to bring lasting change. It's time to tackle the problem head on. Amino from Ensawam sent that. Good morning, I am Eben from Kwabinya. Applause to the committee in probing the alleged inducement of the NDC primaries, but henceforth, I think the party should amend its constitution to be able to deal with such inducement. Regards to Honorable MC Agbo of Ghana East, and okay, he's given a lot of shout-outs. Good morning, Nana. It appears the NDC and the entire government is playing with Ghanaians in a pretentious, holier-than-thou group of people. Didn't the three-member committee and the majority in parliament know those candidates who gave out monies, items, and transportation to delegates? Why is Baba Jamal alone being subjected to investigation? No, it was the entire process that was investigated, not just Baba Jamal. This call should start from the presidency through parliament, judiciary, candidates, delegates, and the media as well. Kwajo Mafo from Kwewu Jamase sent that. Good morning to you, Nana. I love your nice fugu. Oh, thank you. I think you'll be seeing more of that. We'll be wearing more fugu going forward. It's unfortunate that the issue of vote buying has been institutionalized in our politics. There are enough laws to deal with some of these things. And what we need now is an attitudinal change on the part of delegates, especially young ones. It is disheartening to will our leadership positions to the highest bidders in society, regardless of the competencies of those people. And he says a happy birthday to Lamteg Apanga Esquire. Oh, Council. Happy birthday to you. We didn't know. He was here yesterday. Happy birthday to you. We wish you all the best. This is Samson in Nabdam sending this one in. Tell the member of the MPP that the president has an overwhelming majority in parliament already, and so the outcome of Ayawaso East won't do him anything. This is from Aram. Okay. Hamza.
Yes.
let's wrap it up with this matter and then we'll move on.
Again, I listened to my brother and I was wondering whether he listens to my presentation with rapt attention. I proceeded on the basis of conditionalities. I said, in the case of Baba Jamal and the president's recall, the presidency probably took that decision on the basis of the video you guys circulated on your platform. I was emphatic.
Probably.
Yes.
That's fair.
I was emphatic.
But probably is not emphatic.
But that's why I'm saying that I was emphatic with what I was saying. Probability.
Well.
You understand? And that the presidency could have been justified to take that decision on the basis of that video. Because in any case, it was not proven to be false or AI generated.
It's an actual video.
And mind you, we are talking about the presidency of the Republic of Ghana. And there will be absolutely nothing wrong if the presidency takes a decision on the basis of that video. They would have done their internal checks. They would have gone onto the grounds to ascertain the veracity or otherwise of that video.
Yeah.
It is not for cosmetics purposes that we have the minister responsible for government communications now at the seat of the presidency. So that decision wouldn't have been taken lightly. You may be pardoned to sit in your chair and be basking in the assumptions that it may be AI generated, and for the presidency to take a decision on the basis of that would be disastrous, blah, 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 blah. These are your frustrations and assumptions. But it doesn't mean that the presidency cannot take a decision on the basis of that video. Because what is available to them to carry out your investigations may not be available to you as an individual.
Right.
And that point needs to be made. So you can be pardoned for attacking the integrity of Channel 1 on the basis of proceeding to question their work, because we also
he didn't question our work. He questioned the presidency's decision to base
your management will not be happy with it.
No, he didn't question our work.
Anyway, but that's just by the way, because I know the kind of work you guys put into your operations. And so for me, even when I see a video on your social media platform, my first inclination is to believe it, because I know you. And I'm surprised that my brother...
we are very diligent with what
absolutely, I know. And that is why I always come here. Now, having said that, I listened to my brother also make the point that indeed the NDC has what it takes to
annul the election,
to annul the results, and that we just needed to look into the matters of bringing your party into disrepute. That is not in contention. But then again, I think that my initial arguments were lost. All over the world, the issue of annulling results is a very sensitive matter, because you are dealing with rights of not just the participants, you are dealing with rights of even the delegates or electorates. And so you must be guided. Remember, in 2012, when even the NPP took the election to court, what did the Supreme Court say? In relation to pink sheets that were not signed by presiding officers. The Supreme Court resisted the temptation to declare those pink sheets even as defective because of the mere absence of a presiding officer's signature. Because when it comes to people's mandate, you must go through an elaborate process before you annul the results. So regardless of the position of the NDC, the NDC is duty bound by the principles established both in the 2012 election petition and the 2020 election petition that the NDC and President Mahama also presented. And the reluctance of the Supreme Court to go on that tangent, because it is not just the rights of the parties or candidates that would be affected. It will also be the rights of the delegates or electors that will be affected. And so the NDC was confronted with this unfortunate reality in the Ayahuasca East matter. So it was not just a matter of annulling results. It was also about positive rights of people, the delegates, and the candidates themselves.
Very well.
And if our Supreme Court is quite cautious in treading such grounds, it is only proper that we mirror the principles of the... I'm coming, please. That we mirror the principles of our Supreme Court.
I actually have a question for you.
But then again, let me...
We'll move on.
Let me learn. That's how I was when you were speaking. But then again, you see, I agree with my brother. Just like him, I know a dozen supporters of the NDC who feel strongly about this matter and feel that it should have been annulled. And I respect their opinions. There are those who also feel that no, nullification would have been too much. I respect those views too. But you see, we can decide to ridicule the NDC or the government as much as we want. But one thing is clear. What we are seeing today, the disdain that the majority communicated by their statement, the abhorrence that the General Secretary indicated with his statement announcing the establishment of the committee, and the President's letter of recall cannot just be, those statements couldn't have just been a mere coincidence. It tells you of the willingness, at least there's that willingness and desire on the part of the ruling government to confront the matter. We've never had this in the last 8 years.
If there is, as you put it, if there is,
so we have brought the matter up for discussion.
If there is, as you put it, where are the sanctions to serve as a deterrent going forward?
But I've just given you an example of a sanction,
which is
the recall.
I do not agree to.
So you may not agree, and the General Secretary has also proceeded. The General Secretary has also proceeded to call on the presidency to recall others who are serving on what?
Direct sanctions to serve as a deterrent.
Direct sanctions.
You have to give us time.
Are they not direct sanctions?
Direct sanctions.
Okay, which law under our laws would you take them to court for?
No, you have to give us time.
Give me an example.
Internal party regulations.
But why do you think that they are calling for them to record on the boards?
No, let me just make a little comment.
No, I'm also asking you a direct question. What do you experience? Did you ever
exactly what you're trying to say? You give us
has its own internal.
No, you are not answering my question. We may not have been able to satisfy your expectations as citizens.
Based on all that you put together.
Yes, we may not have been, but you have seen you saw some steps taken. No matter how unfulfilling those steps are. Did you ever see that in the last 8 years?
No.
Of Nana? Absolutely.
Granted. But you say you're making
I'm not saying that
you say
the
you are
NDC is perfect. I'm not saying that the NDC is perfect in the way
the NDC is resetting.
But at least the NDC has made a step.
Very well.
The step may not be fulfilling or exciting,
but
we have made a step, and we have brought the matter to the center for discussion.
So, Nana, just a quick one. I'm not asking that the NDC annul the election. You see, that's why political parties have ways of dealing with issues.
True.
All you have to say is that none of the parties is fit to contest in election on our ticket. End of story. You are not annulling elections.
Exactly.
So that is the power of the political parties.
If you say that the effect of that would be
no, you see,
that's what it means.
No, let them. You see,
you've not officially communicated that you've annulled.
You haven't annulled.
You're saying that
they're not saying the election, the results are
guilty of this.
Because that is the evidence before you.
So what will be the effect of that?
Based on that crime, none of them is.
So who will go for the
party can decide not to contest.
So that's nullification. No, you haven't annulled the election.
So that's a nullification. The effect of that is no matter how you
simply fearing that somebody will take you to court will not make you act in itself shows incompetence. That is also another matter, because if the government is afraid that because if it acts in a manner people will take it to court, then the government itself is not correct.
No, you don't.
Because simply fear that the
government, this is not a government.
No, but I'm extending it to government. I'm extending it to government.
Government has taken this party decision. With everything, the party is grounded in law to refrain itself from acting the way you want them to act.
With everything my brother has said, it points to once again what we have maintained on this platform. Now the presidency's letter.
I will come back.
They are in
Then we will go back. I have the right.
The presidency's letter.
I will take no.
The presidency's letter.
Because he spoke before me. I spoke.
You gave him the presidency's letter. You need to be fair.
So I will respond. I just need
the presidency's letter, the NDC's initial letter, the majority caucus's letter. Everything was a PR gimmick because you knew that in the process of calling for annulment or investigation or whatnot, people's rights should be respected. You knew the case at the Supreme Court.
You knew the time constraints.
You knew the time constraints. You knew everything. And he ended by saying that, with the letters we put out, with what the NDC sought to do, with what majority sought to do, we didn't see all that and the Akufo-Addo. Ghana did not start with the Akufo-Addo. There was J.J. Rawlings, to Kufuor, to Prof. Mills, to John Mahama 1, and now John Mahama 2. Ghana did not start with the Akufo-Addo. And putting those things out there and calling Ghanaians to say that all the letters we've seen, all the PR games we've seen, all the PR things gone wrong, all that we've done, which amounted to nothing in the end, you should praise us because we sought to do PR gimmicks. You could ascertain the veracity of the video Channel One put on their online platform, but you could not use the same machinery and effort to ascertain the veracity of the news item that was attributed to the other lady to give her sanctions. So yes, everyone is right to assume that beyond the PR gimmicks, you were going for particular candidates because the presidency and the majority caucus did not have that candidate.
We need to make progress.
And it was clearly a matter of internal wranglings and PR gimmicks the government and party wanted to play. Simplicity. And my brother has said it and summed everything up in the last statement.
Very well. Clearly, listening to my brother, it is clear that even he did not really read the first statement, the General Secretary of the party.
It's what we are saying here.
No, it's not what we are saying. Whatever we are saying here is grounded on these letters.
And you knew the law. You knew the processes.
Can you respect
were spoken at the point when I was speaking.
No, right. It's okay.
So,
allow him to
you see, it is important to understand that it's clear that he has not read the letters. Because if you read the letters, there was nowhere.
You wrote those letters knowing the cases available.
Respect the view.
You wrote those letters.
Respect the view.
And in their
let's have a conversation.
Respect the view.
Cause 90.
Clearly, you see, either you didn't read the letter or you had a problem of comprehension. The party had an opportunity.
Oh, Doc. Don't do this. Hamza, please.
It's normal with MPP. I'm used to that. So you know when they are irritated, that's how.
I'm never irritated on platform.
When he's like his loss is bearing. So he's
never irritated.
Now let me. Are you done? Then I don't.
I'm never irritated.
Are you done? Then I can talk.
Are you done? Hamza, 2 minutes.
Now, you see, first of all,
now,
the letters, if you read the letter, it was clear. It was an investigation. The party did not anticipate a cancellation or annulment of resource, but it was an option that was available to the committee to exercise. That's one. So if one of the options available to the committee that the party instituted comes with a recommendation of nullification and proceeded to give reasons why it will be difficult, it is only fair that the party entertains those reasons. That's one. So for you to say that the party didn't they know about the Supreme Court position on those matters, blah, 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 so they were doing settings. So because, how could they have known the outcome of the investigations? The outcome of the investigations could have been that the people have done nothing wrong. Or ABCD has done nothing wrong. And it could have been this person misled the other aspirants and did ABCD. And the person probably would have been singled out and punished. That's one. Again, like I indicated, I think that it's important for me to respond more to engineer than even the MPP's position, because they even lack the moral authority to have any commentary on this particular matter. And you see, I respect his view in the sense that he belongs to the class of people who feel that the NDC should have gone a notch higher on this matter. And engineer, I can assure you that in the past, when these things happened, whether under an NDC administration or under an MPP administration, we didn't see this kind of consensus in terms of declaration of abhorrence to such practices. For the first time, we have recorded it. No matter how baby steps these are, the NDC has signaled a willingness to make the step. So hopefully, what we would expect from this stage is your ability to encourage us to be able to take bolder steps in the future. And we are open to that as a political party. And so everybody listening to us, this may be considered as baby steps. But at least the NDC has demonstrated a commitment to taking those steps.
I gave you 2 minutes.
And we are sincere in our efforts. It may not be satisfying.
This is 2 minutes.
But next time, with the needed support, I'm sure we can do better.
Thank you. 12 million of us are food insecure.
More than that, actually.
More than that.
Read the statement well.
Very well. So you see, there's more pressing matter that we need to do.
And qualify it.
Unfortunately, we spend too much time.
The statement says has increased.
On our
just 12 million of us. Food insecurity rises.
What are we missing? Targeted interventions? Because every day we are hearing of food gluts. And how come our people are hungry?
So for me, I think that I want to take the reports of the Ghana Statistical Service on its face value that there's increase in food insecurity. I don't know how they define it fully, but my layman understanding is that it shows that a lot of people are uncertain about food where they are going to get their daily meals. That's the message it gives me. So I want us to look at Ghana as a country and say, how have we managed food security as a whole? One, we have not been very good at land management because food is grown on land. Our land management system is terrible. So in order to genuinely solve our food problem, we need to confront that issue. But all of us are shying away from it. We think that, chiefs, individual families own land. No, we need to be sincere about it. This is one Ghana. How do we ensure that the water resources and the land can be used to ensure that everybody has food to eat? So we need to deal with that land management issue. And that is why when government acquires land and turns around and sells it again to his friends, doesn't sit well. Because we continue to create mistrust among the people we have taken the lands from. So I think that government needs to look at this in the long term and say, how do we deal with land management issues and water resources? We need to deal with that what people will say is the elephant in the room. We need to deal with it. Then we also need to stop politicizing issues of agriculture and food security. Once you talk about food and government procures tractors, then you see politicians, we are going to get the tractors. We will fertilizer, we will distribute it. Where has all the sloganeering brought us? Food for what?
Planting for
food and jobs. Nkukon Ketin has started. Another one will start. Let's be serious. Fisheries. Then we set up all manner of ministries. Under the previous government, we have about 3 different ministers or 4 ministers for agriculture. Where has that brought us? So we need to stop the slogans and deal with real policy issues so that we can address the agriculture issue. Look, the Volta Lake alone, if you look at Accra Plains, let's take Accra Plains down here. What's happening? We are seeing that people are now estate developers. We allow estate developers to acquire lands there and begin to build houses. When that could become a food bank in itself, each penstock, the one that discharges the water, to generate power, each penstock is 7.2 meters high, wide. That's the diameter of that. And if you look, and each one is over 100 meters long. Now, the amount of water that each penstock discharges and that goes into the sea is over 4,000 cubic meters every maybe 10 minutes or 5 minutes at most. 4,000 cubic meters of water. Wow. That is enough to fill this whole place. And you can irrigate about 300 acres of land to grow corn with that.
Wow.
That's penstock alone. Wow. And this is daily going out. So we need to be decisive about these issues. Land management is at the core of this. So we cannot continue to run away from land management and families and chiefs. No, this is Ghana. Government acquires and government determines land use. And for me, that is where, even if you cannot acquire it, government should determine land use. End of story. Once you say it is for farming, it is for farming. Whether it belongs to a chief or a family, it doesn't change anything. It is for farming.
Very well. Thank you, Engineer. Doc, so the figure represents a 7.3% increase.
Exactly.
And it's rising.
And it clearly shows we've not done enough in the past year. It clearly shows. Right? And there are 2 legs you can take this argument. Is it because the purchasing power of the people have reduced, or we are not producing enough? Clearly, if there's abundance of food, prices will even drop. It's a clear demand and supply principle. It's either over the past 1 year, government once again has failed the people of Ghana, or there is food, but the accessibility of the food is a problem. And you can only access food if you are not doing sustenance farming to feed yourself. You have to go into your pocket and get money to go and buy those food substances. Governments put out data and macroeconomic indicators. And that's why we keep saying that. Those macroeconomic indicators are not reflecting people's pocket. You said there's food glut. And if we have over 7% increment over a year in food insecurity and there's food glut, then people can't even purchase those things. So where lies the economic indicators being churned at us and the realities on the ground? I'm sure if this data is taken today, it will further go high. You know why? Because farmers are not paid for the past 3 months. Cocoa farmers are not paid for the past 3 months. Where would they get money to go to the market to feed themselves? So this figure, I'm sure it was something that was done probably last quarter of last year. And if the state institution should go back and do the same analysis today, I'm confident that the figures will even skyrocket. Because yes, majority of people in this country are farmers from social studies. And move to the forest zones, Eastern, Ashanti, and the rest. Majority are cocoa farmers. Yet, a government that promised cocoa farmers 7,000 cedi per bag cannot pay 3,600 cedis for the past 3 months. If these things are happening, where would people get money, have the purchasing power to go to the market and get the food to eat? You have nurses who have worked for almost a year, 100 cedi dressing allowance. Government says, I can't pay you. Where would they get the money to go to the market to feed themselves? You have teachers who have to go on the street to demonstrate. And government says, I won't pay you. Give them promises that by January you receive your arrears and your allowances, yet nothing happens. Those are the effects. If you don't have the money and you go to the market, the things will be rotten. It will fall, but you can't purchase.
Right.
As for the food, the farmers are doing well. Just as the cocoa, they are doing well. They are going through the mill. They are producing. They are planting. They are planting to feed us. In fact, when I went back to my village about 2 weeks ago, a whole bunch of plantain, very cheap. So the farmers are doing their best. Yes, we can speak to what engineer spoke about, looking at the critical issues, the administrative aspects of farming, and what leadership and institutions of the state need to do to make lives easier for anyone to go into agriculture. However, in the end, Nana, if you produce the food item and I can't buy it, I won't have access to food. I won't be able to secure myself nutrition-wise. So I'm not surprised. Let's go back to seeing and dealing with these issues. People who are working, people who have worked, people who have toiled, but the government that promised heaven and earth, failing to deliver their own promises wantonly.
Very well.
Cocoa farmers, teachers, nurses are wailing. And I'm sure today,
let me go
if
to
you go back to do those statistics, the numbers will even skyrocket.
Very well. Thank you. Hamza, food prices, climate change variabilities, agri supply demand chain, economic pressures.
It has increased by what percentage?
7.3.
7.3.
The second quarter.
From the second quarter. Nana, you see, anytime we are talking about food, those who follow my political discourse will tell you of my principled position to attempt to move away from the usual politics when it comes to food security. First and foremost, because I come from a farming community that more or less shaped my upbringing. And so when it comes to the farmers, I am more or less committed to what they demand from any government at all. Secondly, I have lived poverty. I know what it means to be poor. I still remember the environment in which I grew up. And today, if you look at me, I may not look like that environment, but that environment shaped me. So I know poverty. And I know what it means to even be able to get 3 square meals a day because of where I'm coming from. And so it is disheartening that we are at this stage where food insecurity is becoming a major concern. And as a responsible government, I know that those statistics is already beginning to shape policy at the national level, especially at the Ministry of Agri.
Right.
Under the Honorable, what's his name?
Minister of Agri?
Yes. You see, Dumelo and his boss.
Yeah.
It is quite clear that many of the challenges we inherited from the last regime are not challenges we can deal with exhaustively in a matter of 1 year, 2 months. It's not possible. Even the NDC will not look in the eyes of Ghanaians and deceive them that all the policy effects, bad choices that the erstwhile administration took would be dealt with in a matter of a year. We can't do that, and we've been very clear. That point needs to be made. Go back to 2024. That same food security, average 40% of the population was deemed to have suffered or were below the threshold in terms of food security. About 7.3% increment again. That's why I asked. That was the time they were in power. Fast forward 2025. We have dealt with a government which had the responsibility of, first of all, cleaning the economic mess, and people are forgetting. You see, the effect of these bad economic choices would be with us for more than a year or two. We are underrating the havoc the S1 administration subjected us to. We are at a stage where even government of Ghana cannot, even if it wants to borrow from the international market, would have a difficulty borrowing to be able to deal with these issues of food insecurity. Right. Because of the economic mess that was inherited. And so if government said the whole of last year that it was trying to get our economic fundamentals right and now begin to look at the areas we need to invest in, many of these things explains it. And when he talks about fundamentals, from 92, he should go and look at the politics of the NDC. We've been very cautious when it comes to these issues of figures. That is the stock in trade of the NPP. That is why even when the inflation started coming down, exchange rate improving, the NDC continues to say that that is not the whole picture. At the point we would celebrate and organize Kenke parties would be a point where we are sure that it is actually reflecting in the pockets of the average Ghanaian. And that's why this government is quite measured. So, unlike them, the assurance to the good people of this country, especially our farmers, is that, look, the whole of last year, we use it to get our economic fundamentals right. We will do what is necessary to ensure that we invest in the areas. And that is why if you look at the 2026 budget, the agriculture sector is taking a chunk. Because we anticipated that because of the years of failure,
so you are working to reverse it.
We are working to reverse it.
Thank you, Hamza. Thank you, Engineer. Thank you, Doc. We'll find time to do this again. This has been the news review segment on Breakfast Daily. I am Nana Tufo.
We are here lamenting.
Verna is clean, fresh and safe. I'm holding my Verna bottle. No plastic seal, no worries. Open and hear the sound like click. That sound means it's fresh, no trick. No plastic seal, but it's still pure. Cool and clean, you can be sure. Verna leads the brighter way. What takes my doubt away? If it clicks, it's Verna. If it clicks, it's clean. Sip it, feel the difference. Verna water, pure and green. No stress, just sip. Chale Verna, no stress, just sip.
This advert is FDA approved.
Life is a celebration of moments. Big and small.
The sun is scorching, I'm feeling the heat.
With Piva Drink, every moment becomes a refreshing celebration.
Piva Cola, Piva grapes and
From the beach to your home, in every corner of your world, Piva Drink adds a burst of refreshment.
And orange, give me Piva cocktail and tangerine.
Celebrate every moment with Piva Drink. Refreshment for every occasion. Piva Drink, a taste you will love.
P for Piva.
This advert is FDA approved.
Achi pata mobaminole. And you batere milolo. Ashino kubeli bashe what's just one papo.
Osmolelo.
We are twin jolly again tower.
Twin jolly. Yeneke shiane.
Shiane Mofunyomi.
This Valentine, love deserves a soundtrack.
A night where hearts beat as one, where melodies speak the words you cannot say.
Join us on the 21st of February for an unforgettable romantic Valentine concert, Shades of Love.
Featuring soulful live performance from Aquabwa, timeless love songs, and an atmosphere made for romance.
Bring a special someone or come and fall in love with the music.
Venue, Sen Garden. Date, Saturday, 21st February 2026. Time, 7 p.m.
For tickets and reservations, call 0243-254416.
This Valentine, don't just say I love you. Sing it, feel it, live it.
Media partners for Shades of Love concert. Channel 1 TV, 97.3 City FM, 3 Music TV, and Foresight TV.
All I wanted is to be part of a real family. I thought you were kind.
Akwele, I offered you money, got you a hotel for a few nights. That was the best I could do.
I wanted little dignity and shelter. I promised I wouldn't speak of that night. I promised I would help around the house. You know, cook, wash, keep quiet, and I met it.
You make it sound so simple.
It was simple until you made it complicated.
Akwele pregnant. For you? Ififi. I didn't say she was pregnant for me. All I said was that she was pregnant.
She said
you know who the father of that child is. And we both know what that means.
Any problem?
No, Your Highness.
Good. Then continue your royal duty with gratitude.
Permission to resign.
Denied.
The Blankstons, coming soon on Channel 1 TV.
The vibe is too much.
It's a beautiful Wednesday and it's still Breakfast Daily right here on Channel 1 TV. My name is Chris Carter, and as you all know, Nana Tufo-Boateng started the show with some politics, and he and his panelists actually took us away for about an hour and a half. But right now it's time for us to get into other things, like into our communities. We're going to be having interviews and so on to keep you informed and entertained. Like I said, my name is Chris Carter, and of course I'm here with
Philip Nilate, and Chris has said it all. We have a lot for you on the show, so you want to stay with us here from now to 11 a.m. But on Wednesdays we do something special here. We look at our sanitation situation in our communities in the country, and mostly around areas that do have problems, so that we would find solutions to these problems, what the authorities are doing about it, what residents are supposed to do about it, and what institutions are supposed to do about it as well. We're going to start our conversation with this one that people have been talking about a number of times, that has to do with marine pollution. I don't know the last time you visited a beach, but if you have visited in recent times, you will notice that we are not fighting as hard as we should when it comes to keeping our beaches clean. Our correspondent, or my colleague in the newsroom, Ajubi Wiafe Akenton filed a report from the beach and actually indicated that a number of issues are really happening there. Chris, this issue is a very big problem that has to be checked when it comes to the pollution of the various beaches or even marine pollution. And that it doesn't start from just the straight from the beach. It starts from upstream. So when it rains, all the dirt and all that, the bigger problem is waste, the plastic waste that is having a toll on most of the things that you'd find when you go to the beaches, beautification and all that. So it makes life very difficult for people who go there. Just a study that has been done indicates that some 3.1 million tons. So Ghana generates approximately 3.1 million tons of waste annually. And this report came in 2020, which plastic making up around 11% of this waste. And the majority of this is plastic waste that ends up in our waters, harming aquatic life and contaminating the food chain. Some alarming statistics indicate that the Ghana's Accra metropolitan area alone generates about 1,500 tons of waste daily, with only 10% being recycled. So a number of issues that we are supposed to look at when it comes to marine pollution. But let's check out this report. When we come back, we will have conversations around this, and we'll be speaking to some CSOs and as well organizations that are doing good job in this regard.
Take a look at the Atlantic Ocean. It's a beautiful horizon as the sky meets the blue seas. If you come here at sunrise or sunset, you'd be lucky to see an amazing view, one that would be absolutely unforgettable. But cast your gaze to the shoreline. It's an absolute eyesore. Plastic waste and other waste materials have taken over. You look at where I'm standing, I'm able to see shoes that have been disposed here, bottles, both plastic and glass, weeds, foam, dresses. Some have been able to decompose into tiny particles, others are still in the state they were abandoned, raising issues about how our waste is disposed to the extent that we see them on our shorelines.
Worldwide, over 400 million tons of plastic waste are produced annually, with between 11 and 23 million tons ending up in the ocean. In Ghana, an estimated 840,000 to 1.1 million tons of plastic waste are generated each year. Yet, only a small fraction is recycled. The rest finds its way into drains, open spaces, and eventually the ocean.
Today I have visited the Shatta Beach, and as you can see, some of the fishermen are gathered under their tents, going about their business, mending their nets. I'm here with one of the fishermen. Ejawudin the saying.
Donko.
Donko den.
Kushu donko.
Nti Jamestown hanom na we ye edwuma no mehu se polythene bags bebree e wo ha efi nsuo ni mu ana e be settle e wo shoreline ha say okọ eposo se okọ fish a say na e affect ofa fishes no ana say ofa plastic no
me for plastic am for plastic no bebree and wonti wa ma mfa na afi ba ya ba ko an oloko afi bi no nam di entum ye nchi no bebree poty bag no na odo so chi nam na ye chi no we board na do so achi and I'm so say for no so we say board no to me ho yan na to me yan na me say net no ono botu wa achi na no so net no din ka achi ro ba na we na me to me say net no mu so we say wo ba no ho yan afarafo no
say ball aba bi enike ball ejo call ejo agbogbo nshi ball ajin ka numo ne ka lo ka ban sure lan we ye ka lan we ji esu na lo if I say anya lo shwene ana gbagbe pi ana fe 30 crate ka na ne me lo baba o ka you wa ka yeke ana dia na le ka me take ka me ba 1 crate 2 crate
Environmental advocates are also weighing in on the matter, describing it as a livelihood and food safety concern.
The plastic situation is very, very serious. Yeah, normally they are deposited upstream, and so when they are moving downstream, because of the weathering activity, so many of them are broken down into tiny pieces. And when they are broken down into tiny pieces called microplastics, these microplastics end up being ingested by some of the fish species. And you know how the value chain works. Human beings will also end up consuming some of these plastics, and they have all sorts of complications. So you read the literature and then you get to know that even in the eye, sometimes in the breasts, and even in the testicles, you see some.
In 2021, the European Union issued Ghana a yellow card over illegal, unreported and unregulated fishing. The Fisheries Commission says pressure on declining fish stocks compounded by pollution is contributing to illegal fishing practices.
Sometimes the ripple effect of some of these challenges, the plastics and others, if I go fishing and I would have burnt fuel, spent my time, and then I'm catching plastics and others, then I have to see what else can I do to get more fish. And so I may now decide to use what we call a fish aggregating device. Some of this is because the fish landings are bad, then the fishermen too need to adapt to ways of getting more fish.
Experts are urging stricter anti-pollution measures, expanded recycling infrastructure, and sustained public education to curb single-use plastics.
When you do the waste assessment or the brand audit, you are able to tell that these are plastics that are coming from a particular company. And so if you're able to tell that these are the plastics that are coming from a particular company, you can hold the company accountable. So they have to pay up, let me put it that way, they have to pay up so that at least these plastics do not get to the oceans and then also into our human systems.
Conversations surrounding marine pollution have become mature. It's time that action and tangible results are seen to restore the dignity of our oceans and shorelines. For Channel One News, I am Ejubi Wiafe Akintin, Shatter Beach, Accra.
And of course, the big question is, are we banning the use of plastics? Are we having banning single use of plastics? What really is the measure that the government is taking? What really is the measure that CSOs will suggest that the government should take? This is not the first time we are having conversations around this. We've said it a number of times. I remember very well that the Environment Ministry came out with the plan that, well, we are going to ban the use of plastics. And also, when there was a closed fishing season period, you would notice that after the season has ended, the fisherfolk complain that we do not get fish. Rather, we are catching plastics or waste. So it's a bigger concern that has to be addressed by all around. But joining us is the Executive Director of Eco-Conscious Citizen, Awula Sewa. She is really versed with the issues around the environment and also our water bodies. Good morning, madam.
Good morning.
I trust you are doing well.
By God's grace. Thank you for having me.
Thank you too for joining us. First of all, I want to find out from you, what do you make of the current situation when it comes to plastic waste or waste at the various beaches or at the shorelines?
Well, I mean, as has already been said, you need a combination of measures. But we, eco-conscious citizens, as well as Ghana Youth Environmental Movement and other CSOs, have called for the ban on single-use plastics. This is not a very difficult ask. It's a question of the political will. And let me say this, in much of East Africa, whether you're talking about Rwanda, Kenya, Malawi, even Botswana, Jamaica, I'm told, also has banned single-use plastics. It's not a very difficult thing to do. It's just a question of having the political will to do so and going ahead to do so. And of course, education is also important. Recycling, we are really failing on recycling. We do not even segregate our waste. So that whoever your provider is, whether Alliance Waste or Zoom Lion, you should have a container for plastics, another container for food waste, something else for your garden waste. But everything is is together. So we are not very, very committed to recycling, which is an issue.
So from what you've just said, your preliminary comment states that we haven't achieved yet. But I think we've come far with policies that have been set up and also conversations that have been had and all that. You think that we are not making headway, or there's something that we are doing about it as a nation?
Conversations. But usually conversations are supposed to lead to concrete steps. As we speak, the waste is not being segregated. You know, if I'm looking at where I am, Alliance Waste, there's only one bin. So people just mix everything. Now, eco-conscious citizens, together with La Villa Boutique and Ghana Environmental Group, what we've done is that we've got recycling bins. So, for example, with eco-conscious citizens, there's one at La. So every day, the bin is out, and people come from all over to put their discarded plastics into the recycling bin. There's also another one in the Adenta Municipal Assembly at Maijo. But despite all this, it's not enough. We need far more of these bins all over the country. And then having said that, you also need education. Even when the recyclable bins are there, people still just throw the bins, you know, their discarded plastics close by. So you also need the education. But at the heart of it, the conversations have to move to something concrete. Ban single-use plastics. Plastics are relatively new. Our parents, grandparents, when they used to go shopping, they didn't go with plastics. They had their baskets. But right now, look at even something like kinky. It's in plastic, which is dangerous, because when plastic, as you well know, when plastic is heated, the toxins, it is dangerous. And then you also have open burning, which is leading to, you know, the WHO tells us that over 30,000 Ghanaians die annually as a consequence of air pollution. Almost everywhere you go, there's open burning going on, and the plastics are being burned. So what we are saying is that let's sort of not act as if we're born in plastic and plastic is all we know. We can be innovative and find other ways of carrying our goods without plastics. If I might say this, in the UK, for instance, they haven't banned single-use plastics. But what they have done is that in supermarkets, the big supermarkets, you pay for plastic bags. But they also have what they call the bags for life, you know, the recyclable ones, which last for a very long time. So although they haven't banned it, because people have to pay for plastic bags, the demand has really gone down. The demand has gone down. So but we are saying that ban single-use plastic, and let us be innovative. There are entrepreneurs who are looking at using, for example, cassava waste, plantain waste to make degradable bags. There's a lot that we can do. This over-reliance on plastics has to go, especially when it comes to our food, wrapping our food in plastics, our kenke, our bolo, and that sort of thing. It's just killing us.
Right. So why do you think environmental consciousness actually still remains a problem in some of the communities?
You see, I would say that everything remains a problem. I mean, for example, even when it comes to, let me digress a bit, even when it comes to building, people build anywhere, whether on wetlands, whether on water bodies, whether on drains, gutters, anywhere, places that should be parks, people build, and there's no enforcement. So every aspect of our life, even where the law is there, people just break it with impunity and nothing happens. So for me, what needs to be done is enforcement. You can educate, but you can have conversations, but if you're not prepared to enforce, for example, you should have wardens who, when you litter, whether it's discarded plastic or what have you, they give you on the spot fines, and then you are made to clean the surroundings. This will deter people from just, sometimes you see very nice cars, and then out of the window comes a discarded bit of plastic or some other waste. For me, the crux of the matter is that we have all the laws, but we don't enforce them. But when it comes to single-use plastic, of course, the law isn't there. So we are asking to pass a law banning single-use plastic. It can only help.
Right. So still talking about the law, how much of this problem is behavioral versus it being structural?
I think it's a mixture. I think it's a combination. It's behavioral because you get away with it.
Yeah.
You know, if if you are in Singapore or other countries where they take cleanliness seriously, nobody will tell you not to litter.
Right.
But in Ghana, you find maybe a policeman may be close by, you litter, and he doesn't even realize that you've committed an offense.
Yeah.
So that is it. So it's a mixture of the two, because even if the law is there, you don't enforce it. Very few people like yourselves are going to observe it because they know the right thing to do, and you will do the right thing whether somebody is watching or not. But let's face it, most people only do what you inspect them to do. So they only do what they know they will not get away with.
Wow. The president, John Dramani Mahama, in June last year, 2025, made mention of plans to ban the importation and production of styrofoam, which you know as takeaway packs. And per the report we also saw, we've seen that most of these takeaway packs is what we can see at the shore with the single-use plastics and all that. Do you think that we haven't made headway when it comes to some of these things now that the president has stated? The Rubber Association in people also came out to say that, well, it's not so right that you want to ban the importation and the production of it. You think that there are hurdles that we have to cross to achieve this that you just called for?
You see, there are no hurdles. It's a question of the political will. When you know that something is right, you do it. People will always, no matter what you do, whether you do the right thing, the wrong thing, no matter what you do, people will speak. And that is why there's something known as leadership. So you know that, the styrofoam is really, it's in our gutters, it's in our drains, it's causing flooding where people even die. So you ban it. You ban it. It doesn't matter what people are going to say. You are the leader. You listen to them, but where people are saying things that are not particularly constructive, there's illegal mining going on. Instead of stopping it, some people are saying, oh, they don't have a livelihood. I said because they don't have a livelihood, which I dispute. But even if that were the case, because I don't have a livelihood, then I can poison all 30 million Ghanaians, including myself. Of course not. So we come back to this. These people are thinking of themselves that if you ban it, they may be losing some money. But sometimes you have to go into something else. If what you are in it is destroying the country, why should you continue? Diversify, go into something else. Go into using cassava waste or plantain waste. I think in Indonesia, even for disposable plate, I've seen a documentary where they are using, I believe, a discarded plantain waste. There's so much we can do. This is where we should be putting resources for people who are trying to look at other ways of, producing items that we think should be banned, looking at alternatives that don't destroy the environment. Let's remember, the good Lord, when he put us in the Garden of Eden, asked us to take care of it. We're not taking care of our environment. We're doing everything possible to destroy the environment.
Right. So, are there any current policies that are actually very strong enough to protect our water bodies right now?
You see, the policies are there. For example, when you come to mining, you're not supposed to mine close to water bodies. There's a certain buffer, but you don't enforce it. You look at your wetlands. Our wetlands are under siege. Even our Ramsar site. We have signed the treaty to protect our Ramsar site. But everywhere you go, we're building on our Ramsar site. Look at the Kweshi. I get calls sometimes around midnight that there are trucks filling the Kweshi. I've even contacted the regional minister and regarding this. Some demolition started. As far as I can see, it's come to a halt. Maybe phone calls have been made. So the laws are there, but we don't care to enforce them. And when we begin to enforce them and a few people who are well connected make telephone calls, then we stop. If you're a leader, you have to be single-minded. You need to do the right thing. God be your helper. You don't have to stop doing the right thing because you're receiving phone calls. Because the reality is that when you've built on a wetland, where it rains very heavily, somebody who's done the right thing is going to be affected. So is it right that because you have chosen to build an illegal structure and you've invested money, we should just allow you to continue with the illegality? Of course not. So to answer your question directly, the laws may be there, but if we are not prepared to enforce them, it's just decoration.
Right.
We've come far with this conversation. We've been talking about it every now and then, but is there a study you've done from your outfit, Eco-Conscious, to know the cause, the effect of this waste, and also in the near future, if this is not kept, what will be the ramification?
can't say that we in particular have done the research, but the research is out there, and it is quite clear. That we talk about an existential threat from flooding, but if you look at, we've talked about our wetlands, we've talked about the flooding that is coming in, we've talked about the fact that wetlands, have a great purpose. It's not just about the flooding. It's also the fact that the wetlands, they purify the water that is coming in. So there are so many things they do. Then we have the migratory birds. You see, the whole ecosystem is dependent on our wetlands. The migratory birds coming from Europe and other places, they need a place to refresh themselves. If they come and instead of a wetland, they see a concrete building, what do you think is going to happen to them? I think the Wildlife Association has done research to show a decrease in the number of birds coming because of the fact that they have limited places to refresh themselves. So the research is there, even if we in particular haven't done it. But common sense tells us. My mother would tell you that when she was a child, the fishy, the livelihood was there was tilapia, there were so many things that go there right now. We are busy filling it, building on it, whilst the authorities just look on and do nothing. They go and paint in red, stop work, and then they go to sleep. Every so often, somebody will come with an excavator, start some demolitions, and then there's a halt, and then the illegality continues. I'm not quite sure that we are making progress. What I can see is that we're going around in circles.
Wow. Before you take leave of us, you have been very hard on illegal mining, like you just made mention a few minutes ago. Do you think that we are winning the fight?
Is there any fight going on? We had the benefit of seeing the expose by Joy, and we can see how there's a protection racket going on. We're talking about water bodies. You can pay, is it 3,000? I can't quite remember the amount to the to the assembly itself, and then you'll be given a sticker, and you can continue polluting the very river bodies that give us life. We know water is life. So is there any fight going on? And I believe even the spokesperson to the lands minister, Bakwesi Shando, has said that they know that there are some DCEs involved and who are impeding their attempt to put an end to illegal mining. And if you recall, in opposition, His Excellency the President made a statement to the fact that it should be the MCs, DCs, and ministers who should be in jail. So it means that he knew that this is what has been going on for some time. We've had the expose, the MCE or DCE is still at post. To me, this is just terrible.
Oh, sorry. We lost our last there. We would have just wished to we bring her back for us to just end the Galamsey conversation briefly on that before we end the conversation with Awula Sewa, who is the executive director of the Eco-Conscious Citizen. But that story I read to her from what John Dramani Mahama, President John Dramani Mahama, stated last year in the month of June. President John Dramani Mahama announced plans to ban the importation and production of styrofoam in Ghana, citing its significant contribution to environmental pollution. The announcement was made on Thursday, June 5, during the launch of the 2025 National Tree Planting Exercise, an initiative aimed at restoring the country's forest covering and mitigating the impact of climate change. Describing styrofoam as one of the most harmful pollutants, particularly due to its widespread use in food packaging, the president stressed that there is an urgent need for alternative materials. I think Awula has also made mention of some of these alternative materials that we can actually move into. The president added that the manufacturers and importers of styrofoam should prepare for the impending policy change, as the Environment Ministry then will soon take steps to formally ban both the importation of local production of the material. So we are just trying to see how best we can deal with these issues and try and get the problem resolved. We know there is a group called Ecozor. They go around to clean these beaches and try and get marine spaces clean and all that. We will try and raise them shortly online and find out from them how difficult or easy is it for you to clean the beach? Because sometimes it's an eyesore.
Yeah, it's actually a very big
the Shatter beach that Ajubi went to, you can see clear the videos on the screen. Maybe the producers can put it on the screen for the viewers to see what really it is when you go to Shatter Beach. So this is it. It's an eyesore. It's nasty. Like you can't write. There is nothing good about this because you go there and you just see filth all over the place.
Yeah, but you see, the thing is that I think people do not realize how this thing affects us so much. It affects us in different ways. I know some people would think it's just about the food that is coming out from the oceans, but at the end of the day, we also don't realize that the ocean is linked to the climate. Do you understand? All the climate change that we are seeing these days also has to do with the ocean, because some part of the ocean, that's the coral reefs. If I can remember in secondary school, actually I know it works together with drawing in carbon dioxide. So if we lose the coral reefs, it's just going to get hotter and hotter and hotter and hotter at the end of the day. So we do not realize that these problems that we are posing is affecting the marine life,
yeah, it is.
which is part of the, which the coral reefs are actually parts.
It is it's because
and also like 70% of the world is actually covered by water.
Yeah, of course.
And if 70% is covered by water and we are destroying the water, that means we are going to be affected.
But other countries have done it, so this country can also do it.
You're saying you are going too far. I keep saying Côte d'Ivoire here.
Côte d'Ivoire.
If you go to the supermarkets in Côte d'Ivoire, like exactly what she said, what Awula said, that when you go to some of these supermarkets, she was talking about the ones in London. When you go to the supermarket, you have to buy the plastic bags. Nobody's going to give you a plastic bag in some of these supermarkets.
Yeah.
In Côte d'Ivoire,
you pay for it.
You have to pay for it.
Let's speak to Ecozoil Limited. The general manager is joining us, Abitha Odami Nyamte. She's joining us for us to have conversations around that. We understand it's an organization that goes around to clean the beaches and also get our beaches clean. Good morning, madam.
Good morning.
I trust you are doing well.
Yes, I'm doing well by God's grace.
I'm tempted to ask this question. How easy or difficult is it for you and your outfit to clean the beaches you visit?
Cleaning the beaches is very difficult. It's quite Herculean. It's something that we've been doing for the past years, and it's not an easy job. It's not easy. Yeah.
So which of the beaches have you visited so far along the coast to get them clean?
Okay, so if I'll take you back slightly, we used to have a contract with the government to clean all the beaches. That was about 2010 to 2012. So with that, all the beaches in Ghana from Aflao to Axim is what we used to clean. But when the contract was not renewed, what we do is once a while, corporate bodies come, they call on us, and then we join them to clean the beaches. So the beach, we are even showing on the screen, Jamestown. We stopped cleaning the beach for some years now. We haven't been cleaning it yet.
Wow. So when you were actually cleaning the beach, what were some of the systems that you put in place to prevent some of these marine pollutions, or say pollutions along the beach?
Okay, so with us cleaning the beaches, what we realize is that, like Madam Awula said, it's more of behavioral, and then there are some structures. So if you look at the beaches that are very dirty, they're the beaches that are close to the open drains. There are large drains that are connected to the sea, which brings the water from inland. So it washes directly into the sea with all that it comes with. So, for instance, the Jamestown beach you're watching, if you look at the area carefully, the Kole drains directly into it. And this picture you are seeing is significant with all the drains in the country that are being directed directly into the sea. So not all the beaches are dirty like this, but the beaches that are close to the bigger drains is where you have these kind of things happening.
So is that to say that when you had a contract with the government, then your concentration was on beaches like these?
Our concentration was on all the beaches, but these kind of beaches, we do so much more work than the other beaches. And it has gotten worse because development around the areas have increased. So even with this current beach, we do time to time clean up once a while. And even getting access to the beach to clean is a challenge. Yes, getting access to the beach. So if you even want to put a receptacle, you don't even have a place to put a receptacle where you can haul your waste into.
Yeah. Madam, will you agree with me that we can't keep this place very dirty for a very long time? So from where you sit as an organization that used to do this, what do you think that can be done to get these beaches clean?
Okay, so first of all, I think that the government must be willing to. Because looking at the level of waste, and there's one thing I say that waste management generally is not cheap. But when people are not responsible enough, then it becomes more expensive. And looking at the state we are in, the government must be ready to invest into waste management, one. And then two, we need to even work more on sensitization of people inland. Because when you look at the waste at the beaches, they are not generated by the people along the beach. Not all is from them. They are mainly from inland that is being washed ashore. So if we increase sensitization and then enforcement, the policies are there, the laws are there. But if we don't enforce them, we'll keep going back to this. And with this, it must be cleaned. We can't leave it because it's difficult. We must clean it, and government will have to partner. So even in the periods when we didn't have contracts, we collaborate with Corporate Ghana, where we encourage them to take a beach and adopt. And some do, and they help us to clean those beaches regularly. So those are some of the things we've been doing in the meantime.
All right. So obviously, when this show started, my colleague actually talked about the amount of metric tons of plastic waste that is generated in Ghana. So it's about 3,000 metric tons a day. And I'm sure when you were cleaning these beaches, you actually experienced this with your own, eyes and your own hands and all that. But now, when you saw this, were there any reports that you made to the government, especially when you were still under, their payroll?
Yeah.
Were there reports to them? What did you tell them, and how did they feel about it? And what was their action towards the report that you gave them?
So we always send reports. The government is aware, and you get the report that we are working on this. The feedback is we'll do something about it. Because even with this particular beaches, we engage the assemblies to find a way to create access. Because I don't know how easy it will be to get the people off those places, but they should at least create an access where we can go in and then call the waste that is being generated. And the assembly tells you they are working on it. The ministries will tell you they are working on it. So as a private company, there's little we can do to push the government to move.
Wow. Our last stated some challenges that will happen in the near future if we do not pay attention to this. You have the hands on. You have gone to these places to work at these places and also to address the challenge in your own small way. What will be or what will come in the near future should we not pay attention to this problem?
Okay. If you go to other countries, the beach fronts are the most expensive part. And when you come to Ghana, the story is different. The beach fronts are the cheapest part because the level of poverty is even higher in those areas. And the level of waste, it doesn't even give the country a good image out there. Because from time to time, people come and they send videos of dirty beaches, and it looks like this beach is a representation of all the beaches in Ghana, which is not so. So it even affects the tourism potential to start with, and livelihood is being affected because the fishermen, as they've already told you, they go in and they haul waste. For this beach in particular you're looking at is characterized by more of plastic. There are other beaches that also have a lot of textile waste. So the used clothing that come in, it comes in volumes, and you see it on the waves in the water.
Yeah.
So in that area, when you cast in your net, you catch only textiles, waste textiles, and they come to the shore. They seep into the beach. Marine life is affected. For instance, the turtle beaches we have, the turtles are not able to nest again because the waste in the soil. So this beach on the screen is plastic, but there are other ones too that are textiles. And it's a serious menace that we need to look at, because the fishes will also eat some of these waste, and it comes back to us and we eat it. So the circle goes. Nobody is safe. The beach is not safe. Our economy is not safe. The image of Ghana is not safe, and the people of Ghana eating the fish, they are also not safe.
You spoke about behavioral. People would have to be very conscious about the environment and see what they do. You think that if the government doesn't act, Ghanaians or the citizens wouldn't also act?
Exactly, because people will not do what they are supposed to do if there is no enforcement or system.
All right. So what are some of the policy changes that you think that that will help actually
address the situation?
Everyone, to address this situation.
Yeah, and to be in check.
Yeah, and to be in check. And also for a more sustainable life right now, because obviously this is all about sustainability.
So the policies are there. The policies are there. The laws are there. The assemblies have the policies. Don't litter if you litter, this and this will happen. We just need to be each other's keeper and enforce those rules. I don't think there's a need to go into to create any new rules, laws or policies. Banning plastic. Well, yes, you can ban plastic, but even before you ban the plastic, we can manage those plastics before they get into the drain. And one major thing that I mentioned, the large drains that bring water into the sea, that would be more of the government. If we have a system that can trap the waste upstream from where the drains are so that they don't get into the sea, I think that the beaches would also be safe in the meantime whilst we keep on tackling what is inland. So that is our observation. And
before you take leave of us, I want to touch on these two things. You made mention of the government investing heavily into waste management. That should be what we are seeing. And also your contract. Is there a way that is going to be a renewal? What is the conversation on it? And also looking at the fact that the government will have to invest more in this space.
We are a private company, and all we can do is still submit our proposals for government to look at. So maybe voices like yours can come in and let government know the importance of such projects. Because aside even the sanitation, the people along the beaches will also get employment. Because when we run this project, it's the people along the beaches that we use they are the people that we engage to help in this cleaning. And we also plead to corporate Ghana that as government is still taking their decision, corporate Ghana can also come on board, partner with us to help us to clean the beaches while the government still make the decision. And even if government takes decision, we individuals can still take charge and be managing the waste alongside government.
Thank you so much for your time. But is there any final words you'd want to share with us before you take leave of us officially?
We just want to thank you for the opportunity, and we to further also say, when we clean the beaches and make them clean, we can set up places where people can come for relaxation. So maybe the assemblies can consider that, aside the fact that you tend to clean the beaches, you can transform them into places where you can further generate funds for the assembly. For instance, you go to other countries and they set up gym equipment and sports equipment on the beaches. You pay a little token and then you enjoy the facility. So maybe when such things are constructed or situated on the beaches, it reduces how much waste we generate, like the open defecation. We didn't even talk about those ones, but those are some of the unfortunate realities of such areas.
Do we still have issues with open defecation?
We do, along the beaches. We still do.
Okay.
We still do.
Okay. Thank you so much for your time. Abitha Odame Nyamte, who is the general manager of the Ecozoid Limited, and she has stated almost everything that we need to know, and also the fact that they've put it on hold, cleaning of the various beaches, and that is what we are seeing the effects now. So if the government would have to invest heavily, sometimes I say that we tend to overlook some of these things, and now when it becomes a bigger problem, then we will all be talking about it as if it didn't exist in the past and we couldn't have put in measures to address the situation. Because I was at one of the beaches last Friday into Saturday in the evening, and I stayed at the beach from 8 p.m. to the next day, to around 3 a.m., 4 a.m. And just to witness or to observe how the place runs. The number of people that came there at about 3 a.m. to 4 p.m., 3 a.m. to 4 a.m., I was asking myself that, why aren't people sleeping? So from what Awula Sewa has said, from what Abitha has also said, it tells you that we can rake a lot of income from these places. But you wouldn't want to have a dirty beach like what we are seeing on the screen.
Right.
And you would go to this place. How are you even going to relax? So maybe a measure can be put in place to ensure that these things are worked on and are addressed. Maybe the producers can put the videos on the screen,
because
so that
at the end of the day,
understand what is really happening.
We keep calling on the diaspora to visit Ghana, but we forget that the beaches are also part of the excitement that people want to see. People travel to other countries just to see beaches. Beaches are actually ranked in the world.
They are.
Beaches are actually ranked in the world.
What are people going to? Is it Zanzibar?
Yes, Zanzibar, because the beach is clean.
And there are other places too that I've seen across.
Those are the ones, you see,
across the world that people are saying that the sea looks very blue. It's very nice.
That's because
white sand.
Because they still have their coral reefs intact, because the coral reefs are the ones that also changes the color and give them that color. And those are mostly some of the beaches that are on the Indian or the Pacific Ocean. So ours is on the Atlantic.
Yeah, Atlantic. Yeah.
So I think some of them are the Indian. I think Zanzibar is actually the Indian. I think the Indian or Pacific, one of them. So those ones, they still have their everything intact. So the marine, things inside the water, they are all still intact. They are not polluted yet.
The way the tourism ministry has issued a statement to say that we should put on fugu every Wednesday, I think that same ministry can do that when it comes to tourism, and asking the environment ministry together with the local government ministry to push this agenda. Because the little study, or a study that was done on this, just few things that we should do. So what can we do to help? First, we need to reduce single-use plastics like refuse plastic bags, straws, and water bottles, and opt for reusable alternatives instead. Also, separate your wastes and participate in the local recycling program. And this maybe the education would also help in this regard. Compost organic waste to reduce landfill waste. We've been seeing the landfills getting full almost every now and then. We need to also choose businesses that prioritize sustainability and environmentally friendly practices, and also educate communities about the impact of plastic pollution and promote sustainable practices. Further, the study also made mention of the fact that thanks to community-led initiatives and government efforts like Green Advocacy Ghana and other organizations or CSOs that came on to ensure that these things will be resolved, but it's not enough. A quote that I saw in this particular research is that Psalm 21 verse 1 reminds us that the earth is the Lord's and everything in it. We have a responsibility to protect and preserve our planet to future generations. Let's all join forces to keep our water bodies clean and promote sustainable practices. So it's a very big problem that has to be checked. It's a very big issue that has to be looked at. It's a very, very pertinent or let me say, it's a peculiar problem that I will not say that it's only to Ghana, but across the world.
Yeah.
But then we can make enough money from this.
Right. Apart from the money, at the end of the day, it's actually going to save us.
Yes, it's going to save our lives.
It's actually going to save our lives. And you know, someone will say, how do we actually embark to, you know, embark on everything that you just read? The simple ones are just reuse, reduce, and also recycle.
Yeah.
Reuse, the 3 R's: reuse, reduce, and recycle. So you just have to reduce some of the things that you buy, especially when it comes to the ones that end up, you know, giving us more plastics and all that. So you just have to reduce them.
So that's it.
And reuse the ones that you
some sort of
can
investment
reuse.
is also needed, heavy investment. But we have spoken about it here on Channel 1 TV about marine pollution, what the government can do about it, what citizens can do about it, what CSOs can do about it, and we need enough more investment in that space. But we have to cross over to the presidency now, where the president is swearing in the advisory group on the economy. Let's cross over and bring you that feed now.
Performance, propose policy adjustments where necessary, and contribute expert input to Ghana's economic negotiations and engagement with bilateral and multilateral partners, international financial institutions, and investors. Importantly, Page shall report directly to the President, submitting advisory memoranda, briefs, and strategic reviews, as and when required. Your counsel is therefore expected to be frank, independent, evidence-based, and anchored in the long-term national interest. Page is not new to our governance architecture. It existed under the late President, Professor John Evans Atta Mills, and also during my earlier tenure in office. And it returns today expanded and strengthened to reflect the evolving complexity of our economy. The current Page configuration allows us to streamline economic governance by eliminating the overlapping structures, including the former economic management team. My vice president, who is a member of Page, will chair meetings in my absence in accordance with constitutional responsibility. Page will operate alongside the Economic Policy Coordinating Committee, EPCC, which is jointly chaired by the Minister for Finance and the Governor of the Bank of Ghana, which remains a critical technical platform. I encourage continued coordination among these bodies to achieve efficiency, coherence, and cost-effective governance. In constituting this group, I was guided by several principles. First, experience and institutional memory. Some members of Page have served across different administrations, including during my earlier tenure in office. This continuity is important. Experience allows us to sustain what has worked, correct what has failed, and avoid repeating costly mistakes. Second, diversity of expertise and sectoral balance. Members bring expertise and experience spanning fiscal policy, monetary management, capital markets, private enterprise, academia, and the real economy. Third, gender and generational balance. Economic policy must reflect the full breadth of national talent. Page reflects a strong representation of women, young professionals, seasoned practitioners, and scholars, including the elderly, whose insights will enrich our deliberations. This breadth is not symbolic, it's strategic. I do not want this committee to misunderstand my optimism in the advice you offer as an endorsement of an easy task ahead. We are all qualified and experienced enough to know that we face a tough road ahead, regardless of the progress we may have chalked up to date. As a nation, we find ourselves again in debt distress after having previously declared HIPC and solemnly assuring ourselves that we will never return to such a position. That experience should have permanently altered our fiscal culture. Unfortunately, instead, we dissipated significant buffers and stabilizers that would have shielded our citizens from the painful domestic debt haircuts that they ultimately had to endure. We must confront this reality honestly. After investing in 3 oil fields and positioning ourselves as an emerging petroleum economy, we allowed policy inconsistency and investor uncertainty to drive existing and potential investors to competing jurisdictions. The result has been a declining trajectory of crude oil output at a time when we should have been consolidating gains and building resilience for the energy transition. Our handling of state-owned enterprises has also been uneven and at times haphazard. Weak governance frameworks, political interference, and inadequate financial discipline undermined institutions that were once engines of stability and credibility. We failed to raise sustainable funding for cocoa and the Cocoa Board's capacity to syndicate effectively, something it had done successfully since the early 1990s, and this was severely impaired. These are not points of blame, they are lessons in responsibility. Ghana's economic history teaches us humility. We have deepened our capital markets, expanded the range of domestic bond instruments, yet we have also experienced painful setbacks, including debt distress and decline in investor confidence. Our task now is correction without amnesia, learning from both our success and our failures. I pause here because I want you to be part of the solution and ultimately part of the success story we must now write. Your counsel must help us rebuild credibility, restore fiscal discipline, attract investment, re-anchor expectations, and re-establish Ghana as a serious, predictable, and competitive economy. This is not simply about recovery. It is about institutional reform, structural transformation, and a permanent reset of our economic governance culture. In conclusion, members of PAGE will serve as national priorities and as national priorities and circumstances evolve. Your advice will be sought on major economic milestones, including, amongst others, the national budget, mid-year reviews, monetary policy developments, medium-term plans, and other strategic initiatives. PAGE would meet at least once every quarter, but would also meet in circumstances of emergency. There will be emergency meetings. The Minister of Finance, the Governor of the Bank of Ghana, and the Special Advisor to the President and the Chairman of the NDPC will provide technical support to the work of PAGE. Once again, I thank you for accepting this responsibility. I expect rigorous analysis, constructive disagreements and agreements, and solutions that place Ghana firmly on a path of economic recovery, resilience, and inclusive growth. I wish you well in your deliberations, and in the powers vested in me, declare the Presidential Advisory Group on the Economy duly inaugurated.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Please, our friends from the media. So the ceremony is inauguration of the Presidential Advisory Group on the Economy. So kindly let's take note. Your Excellency, with your permission, may I now invite Her Excellency Professor Jane Nana Opoku Agyemang, Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, to deliver her brief response. Shall we please welcome her with an applause, please?
Your Excellency, President of the Republic, the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, Honorable Ministers of State, senior members of government, distinguished members of the Presidential Advisory Group on the Economy, members of Diplomatic Corps, if present, esteemed guests, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm honored to deliver these remarks on behalf of the Presidential Advisory Group on the Economy. Let me begin by expressing our gratitude to His Excellency the President for the foresight that informed the establishment of this advisory group. After a period of acute strain, visibility is returning and confidence is gradually rebuilding, even as we continue to navigate global and domestic challenges. This moment must be used not only to recover, but to reset our economic direction. As an advisory body, our mandate is clear and demanding: to provide independent, rigorous, and practical advice to support government. We complement existing institutions by offering insight, testing assumptions, and proposing solutions informed by global best practice and grounded in Ghana's realities. Our commitment is to move from crisis management to durable success. We will foster dialogue, intellectual honesty, and collective responsibility, engage across sectors, and deliver actionable advice aligned with Ghana's long-term development vision. Your Excellency, this advisory group comprises professionals of different backgrounds, perspectives, and experience across diverse disciplines. As a lifelong teacher myself, I would like to respectfully leave my esteemed colleagues and myself with our first piece of homework. That is, for us to constantly reflect on what the term the economy should mean to our fellow citizens. Beyond an abstract concept, it should mean many things, including the following: stability for the teacher in the classroom and the nurse on night duty, fair prices and reliable markets for the farmer, predictable costs and access to credit to the trader and small business owner, stable incomes and affordable housing and transport for the worker, opportunities and skills for the young person, especially the women, security for the laborer, and decent care for the elderly. In short, our task is sobering. That is, to conceptualize the kind of support that makes their economy feel less distant and more everyday possibility. To arrive at a reality where effort is rewarded, risks are shared, and honest work is not invisible, we must remember the concrete effects of the economy on our people's lives, such as the safety of their water, the reliability of electricity powering their aspirations, and the dignity of their work. Economic transformation is a national project. It requires discipline, trust, and shared responsibility across the government, the private sector, labor, civil society, and development partners. Our pledge is to provide independent, thorough, and practical leadership to support this collective effort. We want to thank you again, Your Excellency, for the trust you have placed in us, and we have every determination to uphold it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Shall we please give Her Excellency another big round of applause? Thank you for those words of assurances. Please, Your Excellency, with your permission, may I acknowledge some honorable ministers and heads of institutions who have come here to support this noble program today. Of course, the Right Honorable Speaker of the Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Shall we please? Thank you. Our Chief of Staff is also here. Please. Thank you. Next, we have the Executive Secretary. I'm sure everyone knows him by now, Dr. Callistus, our boss. Yes. The Honorable Minister for Finance is also here. Thank you. We have the Minister for Education, Chairman, National Development Planning Commission, NDPC. It's here. The Governor of the Bank of Ghana. We have the Presidential Advisor. Shall we please see you with a wave? Honorable. Thank you. Yes, Honorable Setekwe, who is the Presidential Advisor on the Economy. Dr. Ofusuan Pofu, Special Advisor, the Office of the Vice President. We have Minister for Transport, who is also here. We have the Government Statistician. Thank you. Executive Secretary, Association of Ghana Industries. Is he here? Okay. General Secretary, Trade Union Congress. I think I saw him. Yes, thank you very much. Ghana Employers Association. Are they here? Thank you very much. Good. The Chief Executive Officer, Ghana Chamber of Bulk Oil Distributors. Thank you. Boss, okay. Chief Executive Officer, Chamber of Oil Marketing Companies. Is here? Okay, sorry. The Chief Executive Officer, Chartered Institute of Bankers. Thank you very much for coming. I also have Chief Executive Officer, Institute of Chartered Accountants. Thank you very much for coming. Hey, shall we please acknowledge the Minister for Trade, Agribusiness and Industry. Sorry. Of course, we have the Legal Counsel to HE, the President, Honorable Marita Brew. Thank you. I think she's the head of Director General NDPC. Okay, thank you very much. All right. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I think, may I humbly invite Your Excellency and then the members of the Presidential Advisory Group to have a group photograph here first. Outside with them together. Okay. Okay. All right. Shall we please rise to take the national anthem? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I wish to acknowledge the Deputy Minister for Lands and Natural Resources. Please forgive me. Thank you very much for coming. Yes, we'll take the group photograph at the foyer. Yes, Speaker will join us, please. Speaker, you are kindly invited.
meet my lovely family.
I mean, we can do that whilst I'm seated and eating. Let me pray on your food before we eat.
He will be here for days, and I only find out at a family dinner on the day that he arrives.
Morning, family.
Everything in the kitchen is actually gone.
You know, in the UK, I work like a donkey, but here, I eat like a monkey.
My noodles just vanished like a spirit had brunch.
He finished my slightly burnt oil rice.
Half a crate of eggs cannot just poof, disappear.
Good morning, all.
Lisa, have you by any chance gone to the kitchen?
Madam, unless the kitchen walk to be my sleep, me I didn't enter the kitchen.
If I die, won't you serve food at my funeral?
Hey! Heaven save us! Now what's
Thirsty.
Away, Dad. I'm sure he's gone.
Good morning.
I thought you were gone.
The Blankson family is here. The vibe is too much.
Welcome to The Point of View. This is your favorite current affairs show here on Channel 1 Television. On The Point of View, we pick the right topics, get the right guests, and ask them relevant questions on issues that matter to you.
With the complexities of the issues happening around us on a daily basis, it's the hard-hitting conversations and the probing questions of The Point of View.
So what is the Public Account Committee's job?
So what we do is to scrutinize, clarify, and find out why certain infractions have been made.
What do these IMF programs try to do?
The current program is for budget support.
Okay.
There are no projects attached.
That teases apart the twisted entanglements of politics and governance, as well as religious and social discourse. The Point of View brings you the policymakers and duty bearers and drills down to the very bottom of issue.
What authority do you have?
The Point of View airs every Monday and Wednesday at 9 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV.
Grateful that he stayed with us here on Breakfast Daily, and just gone by was the live coverage from the presidency. That was the swearing in of the Presidential Advisory Group on the economy. But we are continuing with the show here on Breakfast Daily. We're going to bring you exciting conversation, and we'll talk about the Heritage Caravan on the show. We are giving you one of the sponsors. Yesterday, we who came?
Yesterday
one of
we
the sponsors we
Caveman.
saw Caveman
But
watches.
today we are
Caveman watches
came. Yeah.
And was mind blowing some of the things the gentleman is doing.
It was beautiful. It was really beautiful, and for the fact that he actually had a story behind his brand, and also how it all started and how he even got into it. I think it was lovely.
That was interesting.
It was beautiful.
Anyway,
but now
so today we have another sponsor.
Yeah, so we actually have another sponsor right
sponsor.
now, and we are going to be talking to the brands manager.
Let me do the introduction. Do the introduction. So we have the brands manager, Courage. Courage, how are you?
I'm good. How are you too?
All branded in Piva beverages.
It's very important for the brand.
I tasted was it the Tangy? Yeah, that is Tangy.
It's right there.
Yeah, when you people brought it, and amazing. I was asking myself that this beverage or this drink, like one in town, but with your place, where is it located? Your factory?
Okay, so our factory is actually located around Adenta Frafraha Road. We've been there for almost 2 years, but our CEOs have actually been in this industry for the past 12 years.
Wow.
Yes.
So they've been making beverages?
They have not been making, but they've been actually selling other brands.
Oh,
so there was a desire to expand
to
and own something. And so that give back to what we see now. Yeah.
So Piva beverages, you have Tangy, we have cola, and what else?
We have orange, we have cocktail, and then we also have grape.
I think you have water.
We do have water.
Yes, I saw Piva water somewhere.
Yeah, it's around. I brought a few here.
A few?
It's actually here.
Okay. So why did you choose to be part of Heritage Caravan?
Okay.
2016 edition, the 10th edition.
Right.
Yeah.
last year we were on. We felt we didn't give everything we wanted to, and so we decided to be on this year again so that we could have a full house giveaway to the Caravan Night. Also because we believe that the Heritage Caravan is something that promotes culture, promotes community engagement. And as a Ghanaian business, we thought it wise to also project the image of our rich culture. So that's actually one of the main reasons why we are on again. And I believe this is not going to be the last of us, but we are going to become partners with City on this journey every single year.
Yeah. City and Channel 1.
And Channel 1, of course. Of course.
You always got to put Channel 1 there. Very important.
Wow.
Right. So you said you were part of it last year, and I think last year was your first experience.
Yeah, that was our first.
How was it for you? What was the feeling like
It
being
was
part of it?
Heritage Caravan.
Yeah.
Fantastic. For me personally, when we got to Ho, there was a lot of display of culture. Sorry?
Obviously.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying that I don't come from that side.
But you're from the Volta.
Yes, but not.
So you felt a bit at home.
I did, the sense of belonging, because it's been a while I actually experienced such food, the engagement, the dance and all of that. So yeah, I just felt like I was home once again. Personally, that was the experience.
Was that your best stop?
Yes. It was actually.
And after that?
But when we got to Tamale, then the heat just...
Oh, you love Tamale?
Welcomed us, and I was like, oh my word, it feels like I'm in a different continent.
Wow.
Yeah. So the experience is actually very great, and I believe everybody should actually be part of Heritage. So I don't know how big you can expand it. For a lot of people to, jump on.
And even it's interesting that when we just broke homes, just within 7 to 8 hours.
Sold out. I know.
Sold out. 4 buses. Sold out. And it tells you how big this event is. And the fact that we have people like your outfit sponsoring this. But when you were on last year, how did the patrons receive Piva beverage?
Fantastic.
I saw some drinking some right now.
So right from when we took off from your station here till we got to the final destination, we had Piva in all the buses. So we were almost Pivarizing every single person.
Yeah, Pivarize. I like that word.
In the bus.
Right.
So they had a personal touch with the product every single time. The part where it hit the most was when the sun was very hot and people needed something to... So everybody just dig into the chillers and then they just made themselves comfortable with
What makes Piva special?
So first of all, like I said earlier, it's a Ghanaian business. It's a Ghanaian brand. I feel like we should get to the stage or the level where people begin to properly appreciate Ghanaian products, And so for us, apart from that, the products you see here are very authentic. The sugar level is very managed.
Moderate,
Yeah. You don't compare it with other products. They speak for themselves. So I just wish every single person in this country, if we have the opportunity in sampling every single one of them, we can do that.
You enjoy
We
Piva.
can do that.
But then again, someone is watching. You've said all the good things about Piva. Where can someone find or get some?
Okay. So for those of us who want to go into the distribution business itself, you can come to our factory. You can visit us around the Dodo Afrafraha Road. We are just direct opposite Edis Pizza. You get there, Obusansa Junction. You can just, once you get there, you can't miss the factory. But for those who want to purchase on wholesale level and retail level, you can visit our distribution center around the Zongo Junction, Less Fun Place. That's the name. You can't also miss that.
Right.
Yeah, you can't also miss
How many bottles do you produce in a day?
Boss, you don't want to know.
I don't want to know. I'm interested because the consumption is going with all the flavors you have. Trust me. Yeah.
The amazing thing is that we have other interesting brands coming. We are almost going to be like a 360 manufacturing company. Yes. from mother to husband to grandfather
To child.
to kids, all over, you know.
Wow.
Yes,
Right.
that's what we
That's very interesting, and we're actually very excited about that. But you know, earlier when we were talking about this conversation, you said this year you are actually coming in big because you want everyone to
Yes.
experience, you
Yes.
know, PIVA, or you want to give back
Yes.
to everyone.
Yes.
But since we're in the spirit of giving, we heard that there's a little giveaway that you have
Yes.
for our
Yes.
viewers. So
Yeah.
viewers at home, if you're watching right now, keep your ears open because we are about to open the phone lines. We'll ask some few questions. And if you know the answers, especially if you listen to everything we talked about, if you get the answers, then you can actually get, it's like a carton?
A pack.
A pack of
It's
PIVA.
about 20 pieces in a
20 pieces.
20.
Yeah, that's a
And
party
a
for you
Valentine
and your
birthday.
friend. Oh, yeah, that's true. All right. So should we go, or do you want to ask the questions, or should we answer? All right. So our phone lines are going to be open in
Yeah.
a bit. All right, but listen to the
two.
questions. There are 3 questions,
Yes.
and if you get it,
No, I think if the person calls, then
Yeah.
we ask the question.
all right.
Because
So
probably you
True.
ask the question,
Yeah.
the person would want to do some.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
all right, so the number
call.
to call is 0302-784-967. 0302-784-967. Phone lines are open right now. We're giving away packs of PIVA, and this packs actually contain 20 bottles, and you know Valentine's in the corner, and some of you have your friends and your family that you want to chill with. If you don't want to do the whole Valentine's Day thing, you can still have fun and, you know, get chilled with some PIVA.
Wow.
Phone lines are open.
But before we go on the phone lines,
Okay.
Is there an industry name for PIVA?
Yes, it's part of the questions.
I actually wanted you to say it so that the person will not know it's part of the question. So the
It's
person
part
will
of
know
the
that
question.
we mentioned that here. So if you do get it wrong, then you have really gotten it wrong. But anyway, the whole Heritage Caravan thing, the 10th edition that you want to participate, and you did the previous one. You made mention that you visited Volta region.
Yeah.
It felt like you were home.
Yeah.
When you went, per your experience, the food, the culture, the atmosphere and all that, how did that how did you feel like when you noticed that there are special food that you can eat though you are in Ghana?
I had just one thing in my head at the time, and I felt like every single person should have been there to experience that.
Who that thought? Let's Enoch is joining us from Danfa. Enoch, good morning.
Good morning.
I trust you are doing well.
Yes, please. I'm doing very well.
Okay, so PIVA says that you should pick one pack home, but you would have to fulfill something by answering a question.
Sure.
And the question, well, we do it moderate for you. Is PIVA a Ghanaian or a foreign brand?
PIVA is a Ghanaian company.
Okay, that's good. And the second question.
I think only one.
Only one
you
question.
You can't ask him more than one.
Why?
You can't ask him more than one. Or you want to ask him again?
Should we ask him?
I think you should.
You should?
Another one, right?
Yeah,
Let's
just
find
for this
another
very
one.
person.
Just for this.
Okay.
Just for this. Okay.
Okay, so mention all 5 flavors of PIVA beverages.
Okay. PIVA has cola, orange, is it cocktail?
Yeah.
Lemon.
No.
I think I'm missing the last.
Is the cola you've been drinking, pa?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Well, we'll give him because he answered the first one
you
correct.
tried. You tried.
So you'd want to leave your full details with the producers, that we see what we can do for you. How many more packs do we have?
One more pack, right? How many packs?
No,
we have 2 more packs.
We have 2 more packs.
So 3.
Yeah.
So 3 packs.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
So
more questions.
We are going to give it to you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We
are going to give it to you. So just leave your numbers, and we will do that because I mean you tried. You tried. So if you want to be part of it, remember to call the number on the screen, and you can get a pack of PIVA. Like I said, Valentine's in the corner.
Yeah, Valentine's in the corner. But
and since you will not be on the Heritage Caravan, you might as well just enjoy EOS or keep it. And while watching the Heritage Caravan, right here.
Yeah.
Then you can be sipping it.
You can get one big loaf of bread.
You understand?
That's not a bad idea, actually.
Anyway, so you were talking about your experience
Yeah.
and some of the things you saw when you were on the Heritage Caravan.
So for me personally, I like I said earlier, I believe that there's a lot of rich culture in Ghana that people have to experience. So Heritage Caravan, I believe, has given us that platform for people to learn. Enough of the things we read in the books. There are a lot of historical places that we have seen pictures, read about. But Heritage Caravan actually gives us that experience. And so joining the Heritage Caravan actually opens your mind to fully appreciate how rich the Ghanaian culture is.
And I like the fact that a Ghanaian brand is tying into this so that we can push things that we have in Ghana. Chris, I think we have another caller on the line.
Angela. Hi, Angela.
Hi.
How are you doing?
Hi, thank you.
Where are you calling from?
Please, I'm calling from Danjuma.
All right, so DC in the house. Let's see if DC is going to carry any of this packs. All right, so let's get straight into it. What is the industry name for PIVA?
Angela, listening to yourself. Angela is listening to herself. Is she still on?
I think we lost Angela.
Oh,
but Angela, if you're going to call us again, please reduce the volume of your TV set and we can have this conversation seamlessly.
Yeah. Okay, so Courage, you were talking about the experience, and also which of the food did you say that you really tasted that you haven't tasted in your life before when you were on Heritage Caravan?
Do you know Abobitadi and Akple?
But you are a man, so you...
Boss, relax. For the past, until we got to that stage, I haven't had that in a very long time.
Ooh.
Yes.
We are always doing fried rice.
So I know you're an Accra boy.
You see that thing.
So he's always doing fried rice and chicken in Accra.
So when I got back, then I called my dad that I had Abobitadi and Akple. And he was like, where? Who cooked it for you? I was like, no, I was on a Heritage Caravan, and then I experienced it again. I was like, okay.
Oh, wow.
You know,
so
I'm planning and thinking maybe next year I might be able to bring some family members.
If you don't come early to finish it.
I know.
This
one, I forgot to see the big boss himself.
Yes. People have started planning for the 2027 edition already.
I can see that. I can see that.
Anyway, so let's pick another caller. Bright from Tessano.
Neighbor.
Neighbor. Oh, neighbor.
Neighbor,
stay on the line.
Tessano people.
Neighbor, could you stay on the line? But with PIVA, you said you've been in existence for 12 years.
No. So our bosses have been in the distribution space for 12 years.
12 years.
But for us as a manufacturing industry, we are 1 and then 7 months old, almost 2 years.
1 and 7 months old?
Yes.
And you are doing this?
Yes.
And you're all over the place.
By God's
grace. And you have a great ambassador too. Yeah.
Wow.
I see you've been watching us.
Oh yeah. Nice. I mean, if a brand is doing well, I mean, let us give them their credit.
Just to add to what all I said, we sponsored actually NSPPD here in Ghana at the stadium. We were there to refresh people.
Oh yes, you gave out drinks to people.
Yeah, we did that. We did that.
Anyway, we have now another lady, Na from Kwashiman, joining us. Na, good morning.
Good morning.
Let's ask you a question, and we are hoping that you get it and you can take 1 pack of PIVA. So mention all 5 flavors of PIVA beverages. That's the 5.
Okay.
We have a
PIVA Cola, PIVA Orange, PIVA Cocktail, PIVA Tangy, and Grape.
Yay!
Wow.
5 points for now.
Wow. Okay, so you know ask 9 the other question. Now, thank you so much. Leave your contact with our producers and your details, and definitely they will let you get it. So you were saying that it's 1 year, 7 months.
Yes. We are barely 2 years in in the manufacturing industry, actually.
What's the strategy like? Maybe you don't want to put your strategy outside. Good.
So,
but what is the plan like for the public?
So for us, we, I first of all want to say that we are first of all in competition with ourselves.
Oh.
You know, that's the major
You
thing.
see yourselves as a competition.
Yes. I mean, there are a lot of competing brands out there, but we want to grow at the level that we can properly appreciate ourselves. And so we bring our products out one step at a time so that the Ghanaian people can actually appreciate. We don't want to just dump it on people, you know, so there's that step-by-step strategy in bringing out our products to people.
Right. I think it's actually a very good one, and also being 1 year and 7 months in the market, with the job you've done, I think you've really done well. You've really done well. But how do you choose the brands that you actually partner with?
There's someone who has a specialty when it comes to that space. But we consider a lot of factors. For instance, we don't just work with any brand, but we want people who can connect with our brand. So we check the lifestyle of the person, the kind of work the person is putting out there, and then we advise ourselves, is this someone we can actually tag along with?
All right, hold on. Let's deal with Angela. She's the last caller. Let's find out if she'll be able to take a pack or not. Angela, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Okay, so Piva wants to give you something for free. That is a pack. But I want you to answer this question. What is the industry name for Piva?
Piva Beverages.
No. We'll give you one more chance. Yeah. We'll give you another chance.
If not, we'll change the question for her. Maybe. Do you have any idea?
Yes.
Okay, so what was it?
Piva Beverages Limited.
Anyway, you deserve a third chance. So let me just ask you this question: is Piva a Ghanaian or a foreign brand?
It is a Ghanaian brand.
It's a Ghanaian brand.
You can have it.
Thank you so much.
We are being kind today.
They're just being kind.
But wait, give us the answer though.
Yeah.
Okay. So the company name for Piva is actually Finam Industry Limited.
Finam Industry. So, so that is it. Because the reason why we gave it to Angela is because she called back.
Yeah, she called back.
Yeah, she called back, and she deserves. So we are done with the calls, and so you were talking about like how you are able to partner with the brands and all that.
So for instance, we recently signed Medical as our brand ambassador for the Game Energy drink.
Oh yeah, energy drink Game.
I mean, you can't. Medical is someone who gives a lot of vibe, a lot of energy during performances. The guy is able to pull up surprises.
Yeah.
So the energy drink also connects with the style that he goes about when he's on stage. And so we're like, okay, this is somebody that we can work with.
Wow. Okay, so now all is set and done. 1st of March to 8th of March, we are starting and all that. What is your word to Caravanites? What are you promising them? It's the 10th anniversary. You saw what you did last year. What new are you bringing on board this year? So to whet the appetites of people who are not going.
So they should just get ready for all the refreshment. But apart from that, we have a special surprise for all the Caravanites. We are most likely going to do a mini launch at one of the stations, and so they are going to be the first group of people to have a taste of that product.
A mini launch?
Yes.
Of a new product?
Yes.
Of a new Piva product?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So they are going to be the first group of people to have a taste of that. So that's actually big for them. So they should just wait and see.
Charlie, you don't have to go off the sponsorship because the way I'm planning to be on the Caravan next year, so I can carry my big sugar bread along.
Next year? Why not this year?
Karen, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for having
He's the brand manager for Piva Beverages. Thank you so much. And it tells you that we have a lot for you on the Caravan this year. you wouldn't want to miss it. But like we keep saying, we are very charitable. We will bring you all the visuals, the sights and sounds. Yeah. So because Piva Beverage will not leave and will still sponsor next year, make sure that, like Chris has been saying, you save your money. Thousand every month, so that by the end of December you have like 9,000, and you just top up like only 1,000 or 2,000.
You never know.
So that you can enjoy your bread and your piva on the caravan. Anyway, let's enjoy a musical interlude coming from Elsie Rat. We're back with more on Breakfast Daily.
I've been sitting in the dark, pants in my hand while hands on the clock. Told my we could do it on the spot. That's when I realized you need money for the top. So I've been stuck in a cycle for 3 years, and I think it's made me a cycle for 3 years. So if you see me in town and think I'm being weird, you try dying and end up not being that. This work, your money, put it back and repeat. I be rinsing, no time for the feet. Toes or done, I know you wanna kiss my feet. The only time I'm a rest is when I eat. The only time I'm a rest is when I sleep. You know I flow, never thought that it was deep. You look at me, kitty hotter than the heat. Your eye on me, booty bouncing on the beat. Me, myself, and I be having conversations in my head. I said maybe people really think this baby's dead. Me said why these effing voices up here in my head. Myself, I just really wanna effing go to bed. And in my bed, I interrogate myself. Do I apply all the million things that I have read? I think about all the effing things that I have said. I got my questions. I said, can I really do this? Yes, girl, you can. It's wild and it's true. I am dead. I am. It's wild and it's true. Was all part of the plan. It took me long enough to understand that I'm the man. Come here real quick. Saw that was moving so shady. Got thick skin, so it really doesn't bite me. You want more, then you have to come and fight me. Ain't no other girl out there like me. I saw it all. I just thought that it was hazy. Yeah, apology. I just thought that it was lazy. Most of the time, I'm just chill. I'm just wavy. I slept it. Now you thought that I was crazy. I'm not the one that you really should be playing with. Go find yourself some other little. And all them snakes that you really have been laying with. Them is no hitch, now you don't really have to. I just need time. If I did it, then I said it. I ain't got nothing, but I know that I'ma get it. Still wanna buy my mama crib. Still wanna buy my nana whip. Make it a birthday wish. I'm eating birthday cake. I'm getting birthday way. Blow out the birthday sticks. I'm making birthday bricks. It's coming on day 6. I'm coming for their chicks. Be on the screen and they ask if I'm okay. I tell them not today. Who been who I'm the full effects on my face. Don't ask me what I achieved this year. You don't want disgrace, cause I got all disgrace. So I'm praying the sacrifices I make, that they're not all in vain. If you saw the way I worked, you call me insane. The kind of things that I've done just to numb my pain. Tears from my eyes, blood from my veins. So can you walk the walk and talk the talk? Sit around for a little bit, think the thoughts. All my wants as a little kid versus things I've got. Get between me and my marathon, I will shoot my shot. That's why on a serious note, pissing me off, almost punch him in the throat. Wanna be acting all tough, baby, I spit what I wrote. I know you having the rough, your ghost be having a tote. The prince be calling his bluff, I know it. You throwing them extra shots to show it. Come on now, know you ain't had them and know to grow it. You're living under a rock if you think you spit. Put your feelings down on my car, get my flow is sick. You ain't even catching the cough if my growth is big. You ain't even watching it all. You been having a ball, you gon' need a round of applause. You try to tap in my phone, you ain't try to get in my drawers. You piece of, you think you reek a piss. You nearly missed that this. You make me sick. If words were currency, you'd make me rich. You spider looking, you complete the myth. You, who the tryna know about you with your ugly ass persona and your one eye crew, your one eye boo, telling you all the one line twos. For one I do, I'd rather have it one time true. For one I do, rather have a love that's new. No sis, somebody told me get off the seat, get off the beat. Before I do, I wanna get off the leash. Ya na meni na ya be me boo boo. Obi a peso free chrome ha e chrono e. It's sad. It really makes me mad. Everyone's overworking and there's no motivation, but a peaceful demonstration is bad. I don't get it. Anyway, happy birthday, Elsie. Let's go. 26, time is ticking. Come on now, call that beat. 24 times, he ain't peed. Make the use of my fist, broken too, broken too, broken too, of my fist, broken too. I saw the sunlight, and I watched it appear and disappear. I saw the sunlight, and I let it go. I saw the sunlight, and I watched it appear and disappear. I saw the sunlight, and I let it go. I let the ocean run away from me. I let the ocean run away from me. Underneath my feet, it run away from me. Oh, I let the ocean run away from me. Oh, I let the ocean run away from me. Oh, I let the ocean run away from me. Underneath my feet, it ran away from me. Oh, I let the ocean run away from me. Oh, I let the ocean run away. Ocean run away. Oh, I let the ocean run away. Ocean run away. Please play me my music, I'm gone. That's just what I came here for. I don't need no love to ball. Sick to my stomach is all. Oh, sick to my stomach is all. Please play me my music, I'm gone. That's just what I came here for. Why would I give you a call? Literally no time to fall. Oh, literally no time to fall. I let the ocean run away from me. Oh, I let the ocean run away from me. Underneath my feet, it ran away from me. Oh, I let the ocean run away from me. Oh, I let the ocean run away from me.
Grateful that you stayed with us here on Breakfast Daily on Channel 1 TV. That was Elsie Rad serenading us. But for now, let's talk about the Ghana Tree Crop Investment Summit that is happening this month. In studio for us to have conversations around this is Rich Kofi Tuo. He's a Deputy Chief Executive Officer in charge of operations at the Tree Crop Development, or Authority rather, Development Authority, to talk about details of this summit that is coming up on the 17th of this month. You're welcome, sir. How are you doing?
I'm good.
Tree Investment Summit.
The Ghana Tree Crop
Investment
Summit and
Good.
Exhibition.
Exhibition?
Yes.
What is it about?
So it's a planned investment fair to draw that traction towards 6 key crops that are under the mandate of the Tree Crop Development Authority. Having said that, let me take this opportunity to introduce our esteemed viewers to what the Tree Crop Development Authority stands for and what we do.
Good.
Yeah, because it's one of the infant agricultural-based authorities in this country, and we were brought in by an Act of Parliament, Act 1010, in the year 2019.
Okay.
And our activities are regulated by LI 2471, which gives us the mandate to regulate, to promote, and to develop 6 key cash crops in Ghana, namely coconut, cashew, oil palm, rubber, mango, and shea. And we are to do this to ensure that we make all these 6 crops globally competitive, even more than what cocoa is giving to our country.
Wow. Yeah. Wow. So now, having said that, this investment summit and exhibition, what is it about?
Okay, so the investment fair and exhibition, it's a fair that is developed under the overarching vision of the president under the Agriculture for Economic Transformation by our mother ministry, which is the Ministry of Food and Agriculture. We want to make sure that we position these 6 crops to become globally competitive, as I said. So we are inviting all producers, processors, all marketers, or in the sense traders, and everyone that has to do something with all these 6 crops to ensure that Ghanaians, we have come to know that, are not aware of these 6 crops. Our attention has been on cocoa and the annuals. But these 6 crops are fetching money for a lot of people.
Oh, really?
Unfortunately for us, most are coming from outside the country who are investing. When you go down to the cashew areas, you see a lot of the Indians, you know, that are investing in this. And we realize that our countrymen and women don't know about these 6 key crops. The fortunate thing is that it grows all across the country, from the north down to the south. And you take cashew up north, you know, a lot of money is being made there. When you take cashew, when it comes to the middle belt, you know, it's doing well there. Coconut, you know, and oil palm down south, you know, is doing very well. But most of this investment is coming from outsiders. And we want our countrymen and women to take advantage of these 6 crops.
To say that people are not investing a lot in the 6 crops that you just mentioned? Because I've seen people consuming coconut in recent times on a very large scale.
Yes. So even with that aspect, you know, the majority of the coconut produced in this country goes out to Nigeria. About
really?
80% and over. Yes, goes to Nigeria.
Why?
So yeah, only few is being consumed, you know, within our country. And even we want to talk about value addition. So most of us see those consuming coconut very raw, you know, by the streets and all of that. Those few of us who are maybe health conscious, I must say. But
if you are to add value to coconut, what are some of the things that can be done?
So coconut oil, very healthy, you know, and we have coconut in abundance from all the coastal areas, from central, western, you know, down to Volta, that we can process all this coconut that we obtain, you know, into products like coconut oil, even some into various kind of toffee, you know, and all of that. Various products that individuals...
Oh, coconut toffee. Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah.
So we have various, you know, interesting products that people are investing in, but they are few, especially when we talk about the local. That is our, you know, focus as an authority, so that we invite, you know, that kind of interest in our countrymen to pushing their money into these 6 crops.
Ideally, from your outfits, if we would have to invest in these 6 crops, quantifying its monetary terms, how much do you think we need? Now that you are organizing a summit, I'm sure you have a projection.
So the vision towards this particular investment fair is to ensure that we gain about 500 million USD, money pushed into these six crops.
Wow.
And there's no individual in this country who invest in any of these crops and will regret it. The reason being that for each of these crops, when you plant it and it gets to its mature stage, it is productive for at least 30 years.
Oh.
So economically, you are gaining from these crops till 30 years. So imagine any youth of our age, from now till even the period of your pension, you are gaining and you are selling and you are raking in revenue from all of these of our six crops.
So there's 6 crops again. Cashew,
so we have coconut, cashew, oil palm, rubber, mango, and shea.
How many farmers do you have in this industry?
They are huge. For instance, we have various organizations. So Oil Palm Development Association of Ghana, they registered over 10,000 of members. Same as the Coconut Federation of Ghana. They also have that. We also have Association of Natural Rubber Actors of Ghana. Various organizations that have registered members. But unlike, we realized that when we came in, we realized that unlike the cocoa sector, it is not as structured as we'd want to. So this is one of the reasons why we are bringing in this summit, the first of its kind, because normally when you see this summit, it's in the horticultural product, vegetables and the annuals. But we've not made this conscious effort to focus on this. So when we came in, we started with the registration, official registration of all actors that are in this field, in the country, because you cannot plan with people if you don't know even the numbers. So we've started a massive registration, which is ongoing now for all these 6 crops within the country, through the various associations. And now we realize that whilst we do and finish up with this, we need to invite in investors. We need to give them kind of a one-stop shop for producers to interact with processors, for processors to interact with the various traders, to go out there to the global market. And that is the focus of this particular summit.
We've been talking about unemployment rate for a very long time.
Yes.
Your statement indicates that should we invest in this space, we can generate a lot more jobs. Is that it?
A lot more. I together with management, we embarked on a tour for a few of the companies that are into even just processing of these 6 crops. You take examples, HPW, for instance, just at our backyard over here. And for them, they are employing over, the last time we went, over thousands.
Oh, really?
Yes, of staff. Various stages, from those who are into picking, into washing, the processing factory, those who load the trucks, various jobs that can be generated. So that is just one actor processes. So if you have individuals with very huge farms in this, for instance, national chairman of NDC has a big cocoa farm and also a cashew farm, big cashew farm.
Well, that's
he's going to be he's going to be at the summit. He's one of the living testimonies of people that have really made good revenue
region?
from
Bono.
Yeah,
it's obvious.
Yes, so that area is very good for cashew and also mango. And he has a lot of workers. That is just a producer. When you take people that are involved in the trading as well, they have a lot of men on the ground who we call aggregators that go around, to mobilize this produce for them. And these are jobs that are at the down. People don't need to move to Accra or the urban areas, to make money from this. They can do that right in the comfort of their communities within their villages.
It's also going to end the rural urban migration that people have been talking about. But now let's talk about the summit. When is it happening? What does it take for someone to be part of it, and the venue?
Okay, so the summit is happening between 17th to the 20th of February. So a few weeks time, by next week we should be on the ground. And it's happening at the Accra International Conference Center. And it's under the auspices of our president himself, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, and also His Royal Majesty Otumfuo Osei II II. We would also have all the ministers that relates to our sector. So the Ministry of Food and Agriculture, the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Trade and Agribusiness, also the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, interestingly, is also involved because of how we want to position all these 6 crops, to become globally competitive for our countrymen. So all these individuals will be there to ensure that we have, and not only that, because on the first day, 17th, we, aside the president and all these ministers talking about the importance of this crop for our economy and the countrymen, we are also going to have global giants for all these 6 crops invited.
Oh, beautiful.
That are going to talk to help countrymen to know how important these crops are and the money that we can make as a country from these important 6 crops that I just mentioned. And each of the remaining 3 days, we are dedicating it to 2 of each crops. So on the 18th, any citizen that is interested in oil palm and share from production to export, if you want to have any information and acquire any knowledge about these 2 crops, you are most importantly invited on the 18th.
Wow.
On the 19th, we are going to dedicate that to coconut and cashew.
Beautiful.
So anything you want to know about coconut, cashew, you are also invited. And then the last 2, which is mango and rubber, is on the 20th. When you come, any information, we would have live, those who have not even seen share before, but are applying share butter here in Ghana.
Korea.
We will show you live share trees and share nuts, how it is extracted, the process from producing share, from the nut, picking of the nut, to processing it to have the butter. We would exhibit that, at the program. When it comes to cashew, how it is processed, to the nut level, to the nut that most of us buy by the roadside, we will depict that, at the summit. And we have the financial institutions that are going to be there. So all those who even need money to invest in this, they can talk to the financial institutions. Our development partners are there. Some of the NGOs, they run projects in various parts of the country in these crops. So the development partners are going to be there. If you want to talk to them, to sponsor most of your activity as an NGO, they are there for you to talk to. All the state agencies as well, including we ourselves, the host, the Three-Crop Development Authority. It is free. Okay. It is free for everyone. Just make sure you register so that we can plan adequately. And
how's the registration done?
For you go on the website, Ghana Three-Crop Development Authority. When you go on the website, it's there for you to see. Then we have gtcis.org as well. Okay. When you go there as well, you get the opportunity to.
Thank you so much, Rich Kofi Tuo. He's the Deputy Chief Executive in charge of operations at the Three-Crop Development Authority. He has said everything. Make sure that you participate in this exercise that is happening from February 17th to 20th this year. And it's actually this month. Go there and invest so that you can also be part of the change makers in this country. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much.
We are grateful. I am Philip Milati. I did a show with Chris Carter. Nana Tufo-Boateng started the show, Breakfast Daily, on Channel One TV. Many thanks for your time and keep watching Channel One TV.
Go Ghana! This March, we don't just remember where we're from, we celebrate who we are. Our stories, our culture, our rhythm, our pride. And it all begins with an evening designed to set the tone for an unforgettable Heritage Month. Join us as we officially launch the Heritage Month 2026 in grand style, color, and culture. Date is Wednesday, 25th February 2026. The venue is the Channel One TV Gardens. The time is 5:30 p.m. prompt. It will be an evening of culture, conversation, music, fashion, and storytelling as we unveil the exciting lineup of events and programs specially curated for you this March. From powerful cultural experiences to engaging community moments to celebrations that connect generations. The Heritage Month 2026 promises something for everyone. This is more than a lunch. It's a gathering of cultural lovers, a meeting of tradition and modern expression, a night that sets the heartbeat for the month ahead. The Heritage Month Launch 2026. We will see you there. This event is strictly by invitation.
This Valentine, love, deserves a soundtrack.
A night where hearts beat as one, where melodies speak the words you cannot say.
Join us on the 21st of February for an unforgettable romantic Valentine concert, Shades of Love.
Featuring soulful live performance from Aquabwa, timeless love songs, and an atmosphere made for romance.
Bring a special someone or come and fall in love with the music.
Venue, Sen Garden. Date, Saturday, 21st February 2026. Time, 7 p.m.
For tickets and reservations, call 0243-254416.
This Valentine, don't just say I love you. Sing it, feel it, live it.
Media partners for Shades of Love concert. Channel 1 TV, 97.3 City FM, 3 Music TV, and Foresight TV.